And yeah, I'm just waiting on some of the other guys to message me. um, so yeah, we are gonna have a discussion today. Once again, I'm just checking to see if this works. Um, Anyone watching, I do want the comment section to kind of join in the discussion. I'm gonna be reading any comments that you guys leave, so be sure to comment. uh, but yeah, just give me 1 sec. I'm just making sure everything is working okay. And yeah. What the fudge was that? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Alright, can I hear myself? And, yeah. Yes, I can. Alright, cool. Sorry if you guys are hearing Skype messages. Alright, I may have to turn up my voice. No, I think it's good. I think it's good. I hope it's good. Wait, what? Alright guys, just getting ready for the stream. So apologies for the interruption. Just gonna link it everywhere. Actually, you know what? Screw it. I'm gonna waiting for gold, but yeah. Alright. How do I add people? Oh, there it is. Dude, pick up the phone. I don't know if anyone's watching this. Alright, apparently he's not picking up the phone. I'll give him a sec. Alright, just gonna mute my mic really quick. Just give me 1 moment. Okay then. Let me check Skype again. Alright, is my mic on? Jesus. Mic. some weird stuff going on right now. Come on, man. Where are you? Okay, just gonna link this everywhere. Just give me 1 sec. Is this even... Oh, God. Is this online? Yeah, it is. Alright, cool. Alright, I'm gonna copy that. Alright, I'm just gonna get Delusionary in here. I don't understand that. Why is no one picking up? Alright, I may have to restart the stream because it's gonna be retarded to have like all this to stream. Gold, can you hear? Can you hear us? Is it all good? I think Goldie's gonna use text chat. Freaking jerk. Nice. Is he even in the call yet? I can't tell.
Yeah, he is. Well, no, actually, there's like some buffering.
Okay. He grabbed something to drink, apparently. Alright, where's the other dude? Alright, I'm just gonna share this everywhere while I wait. No, I might play some music in the background.
Play some elevator music.
Yeah.
Something relaxing.
I hope it's not too loud. I need to check the stream in a sec. Alright, I'm gonna just call the other guys. To hell with it. Just wanted to do it one at a time just to make sure it didn't lag or anything, but whatever.
Yeah.
Hey. Alright, I'm just waiting on the other two guys. There you are.
We're only missing Goldie.
Yeah. I'll try to call him again. And I have music playing, so I'm just gonna check to see how loud it is on stream. Alright. And nah, whatever. Guess that's good. Come on, Goldie. Where are you? So, you guys been playing any good games lately? While we wait.
Oh man, I've been
like.
What's that?
No, you go ahead.
well, for me, I've been playing the usual. I haven't had much time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just playing shooters and also Devil May Cry. That's the only game I play seriously.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't even want to bring up Metal Gear.
I heard it was pretty disappointing.
I don't even think disappointing can correctly. No, it's just horrible.
But it's 10 out of 10 IGN.
Like it's alright if it were a Metal Gear game.
Yeah.
Could be better if it was like a Mercenaries game or something. Like I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so disappointing.
Grand Theft Auto, Metal Gear.
Grand Theft Gear Auto. Goldie, you here? Are you here? I can't tell because you don't talk. Yes. Okay.
I think he's here.
Alrighty. So, I guess we can just kind of delve right into this. So, the reason that I wanted to gather all of you here today is because I think that there is obviously like a prominent ideology that's deleterious to free thought and expression, being promoted by the gaming journalism or gaming journalists. And I feel that every time people such as ourselves speak out against the ideas of this ideology, it works to loosen its grasp on the industry as a whole. So the ideology in question has been called, like, you know, progressivism or regressivism or social Marxism, so whatever you want to call it. But the ideology is authoritarian in nature, and hello, phone. It's it holds to the idea that the ends justify the means, or to quote like one of the more prominent, I guess, progressive people out there, who is known on YouTube, I think, as Movie Bob. He has said there's no such thing as a bad tactic, just bad targets. So, like, according to these progressive people, in order to create a more welcoming, diverse, and enlightening society, we must be critical of the media that we consume and point out, you know, harmful ideas that are depicted. Because, you know, apparently the human mind is a blank slate that can only be, you know, molded and shaped by harmful messages, like a sponge, which in turn, you know, makes for a more toxic and unwelcoming society as a whole. So, as I'm sure all of us know, like, this kind of ideology is the perfect breeding ground for, you know, Puritans with a moral superiority complex. And, you know, they're constantly proselytizing or preaching that in order to fix what's wrong with society, we must first purge or expunge harmful thoughts and opinions. So, you know, as much as they attempt to sugarcoat it, they are opposed to free speech and expression. They have absolutely no issue with censoring thoughts and ideas. that contradict their worldviews, and they honestly look to impose their ideology on the rest of us because we're morally bereft automatons, apparently. They especially detest the idea of individualism and like see race and gender and sexual orientation as like classes in competition, and they're far more interested in what you are than who you are. So they use this sort of like collectivist paradigm as a justification for their like really rash and outlandish and bigoted actions. So honestly, I just brought you guys here to like discuss the effect that these people have had on society, and more specifically on gaming, because this is a hobby that's very near and dear to my heart. And I've been gaming since I could remember. Like like my first memories are of Super Mario Brothers and stuff like that. So I just like to talk about the false dichotomy they've created between the gaming community and the rest of society, the way they framed us as monsters, and how this this community is unwelcoming and is a boys club created specifically for quote unquote white cis males. I hate using their terminology, but yeah.
We were dead.
Yeah. Well, you guys probably are, but not me. But I'd like to talk about the like rampant corruption in gaming journalism as well, and I'd also really like to talk about their idea of what art is and why games should strive to be what their idea of art is, and how that's pretty much opposed to what makes gaming a unique artistic medium. And I'd also like to talk about video games a little bit as well, so that would be nice. Firstly, since I've ranted for like 5 hours, I'd like to ask you guys what you think about these progressives or SJWs, and how did you come to first notice them, and what do you think it is that drives them, I guess. So yeah, I'll just just leave that question open-ended and let you guys kind of get to it, I guess. I don't know.
That's kind of a loaded question. I think for SJWs, I think it's mainly like a derogatory term.
Yeah.
But I think overall the consensus is that it's like people who are for political correctness, and that's kind of a huge issue, because like you for the most part, human progress, or at least the progress of ideas, relies on debate, and because there's this notion that if you say something offensive, you shouldn't open your mouth, and that's kind of like hindering debate. And if you don't follow this certain ideology, you're somehow bad or against humanism.
Yeah. Like against human progression if you contradict their worldviews, I guess.
I've never really had much of an issue before gaming. Even when gaming, I'm not really a huge gamer. I mean, I play certain games and for an excessively long time, but I don't know about many games. And I think I first come to notice it when Gamergate started, almost about that time. Like even before Gamergate, with Anita Sarkeesian, you would have people claiming that she was being harassed, even if people were criticizing her, and then videos were taken down and whatnot, and even her comments were deleted and the ratings as well. And it's like they're bringing these like harmful ideas that somehow misogyny is being spread because, hey, this game teaches you to kill women, even though that's an option, and sometimes it's not even encouraged. And well, the simple argument to pose against this is that where's the evidence that shows that it's actually influencing people, and there's no evidence for that. But no, they just keep ignoring that argument and basically blocking people actually.
Yeah. I have seen, I guess Jonathan McIntosh or Macintosh. I have no idea how to pronounce his last name, but he has said in the past that we're ignoring the fact that games increase aggression in people, and it's not actual aggression, that it's not real aggression. It's just kind of when you're focused on something, you're
Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
Like that's basically all my aggression comes from when I'm playing games. So, like fucking faggot camping in the corner, or I can't pass this level. It's never because, oh my god, I hate this fucking female character. No, it's never been like that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you think that way, if you're like, man, I hate this female character, then there's obviously something wrong with you, not the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, I don't know, Pariah, what do you think?
With them trying to attack, like, trying to push all their PC and all this social warrior bullshit, like using games. I think it's because it's a big enough medium to where they think they can make a difference, but it isn't big enough. Like, it isn't movies, it isn't music, so they're not going to anger forces that, like, they can't not control. And because the bulk of the people who play it, yeah, sure, are adolescent, well, not anymore actually, but like white males, just males in general. It's a male thing. So that's, and any male thing, according to most of these feminists, is absolutely evil. Even our thoughts or our presence, for the most part. So I don't know. It's just feminism. Like the feminists, I'm gonna stick with them for the moment.
Okay.
I freaking hate Sarkeesian so bad, but it's so illogical in this day and age, and all it really is fueled by really greed and feelings of entitlement, and that's it. So she's just trying to use all these things in games, all the tropes of women in gaming, to push her agenda. I mean, that's it. And like when it comes to like the rest of the PC, the social justice warriors, I blame colleges for most of them, because like colleges don't allow what they're supposed to allow, what they originally were set up to allow, like freedom of thought, let people figure out who they are and teach them. Now it's just whatever professor's agenda that can be pushed into the minds of these kids that are in it, and that's all that matters. These kids now get this agenda. Like where I'm living currently in Santa Cruz, there's the UCSC, the University of Santa Cruz here, and they're how do they quote it? I can't remember exactly their motto, but their motto is like the originators of questioning the man or something.
Mm-hmm.
It's something along those lines. That's the fucking motto of the college. And every week there's a new group of people picketing or chaining themselves to block the entire highway system over some bullshit PC reason. And it's like the professors are actually telling them to do this. They're leading all these people, these fresh minds, to do their biddings, pretty much. I mean, it's sad.
There's like a huge problem with colleges, like so it's spreading a lot. Like you can't have someone talking the opposite view without having somebody picketing outside the building, or like pulling down the fire alarm so the meeting can stop.
Yeah, it's like what I was talking about. Like they were chaining themselves to a highway, so they blocked a huge, like, for hours and hours, and the police stood there doing nothing because, well, it's their right, to interrupt hundreds of thousands of people's lives, and ambulances trying to get to the hospital and everything. And I can't even remember it was so ridiculous what they were trying to picket about. But then you come to find out this was actually part of like an exam. Like their professors, their freaking professors put them up to this. And it's like, it goes to push what I've thought for so long, and I think what's really being shown is this: colleges are no longer, let's let kids decide what they want to do with their life and learn things. Let's just teach them our point of view and
silence others.
Yeah, exactly. as usual, you know how my thoughts go. They're chaotic as shit.
Same
No,
here.
that was fine. Gaming Anarchist. What about you? You haven't said much.
Yeah, I've got kind of a long history with these people because a few years back I used to get my jollies off trolling like neo-Nazi types, and I used to get a lot of fun kind of like having a go at fascists and all kinds of all kinds of real dickbags. And as things kind of like carried on, I started noticing people who were like around that circle were saying some really fucking weird things. Like, just say like, take an example. Say someone will say, oh, look, here's a case of, say, a Muslim raping a child, right? And my argument would be, why are you blaming anyone more than the person who's done it? You've got no business basically extrapolating that against the billion people who actually do practice one faith. You can't say everybody's responsible for the actions of one person. You're a fucking moron. And then I'd kind of and a lot of them were like at least people were hardline Christians. Used to mock their religion just because it used to drive them. And then I kind of hear these people. They literally the people kind of that were arguing with them sort of not alongside me, but kind of the same kind of their arguments. I'm looking around and going, you people have all got really fucking weird arguments. You're making arguments that like, no, religion has nothing to do with religious violence. And I'm like, yeah, it does. Don't be fucking stupid. Of course it does. It's a regressive middle-aged stupid. It's a regressive middle ages, culture that needs to be updated. That's the problem. It needs to be updated to Western values. That's the problem. It's not. We need to just be tolerant and let them do whatever the hell they want. No, sorry. If someone's burning their child because they've shamed them, they're fucking to go to jail, whatever religion they are. I was starting to get really weird. Then that was kind of around the time then sort of 18 plus kicked off. You guys are aware of what that was?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So then when that sort of happened, I was kind of watching that sort of in a bit sideways and going, this all seems really strange. Like I don't understand why these people are acting in this way. It's so odd. And then kind of that was my first kind of then that's where the kind of the phrase kind of social justice warrior kind of cropped up in my opinion. And I thought, okay, right, so I mocked them for a while, and then I kind of moved away. I left that Twitter account to sort of die, and then kind of just moved on to sort of focus on gaming, which I enjoy, and thought, I'm just going to spend my time enjoying gaming, because with politics, it's just ridiculous and pointless. I want to help.
It's such an innocent hobby.
Yeah, I thought it's so much, and I, at the same time, because I personally have always been quite good at spotting when I'm getting ripped off, and I look around and go, there's a lot of people getting ripped off in gaming, a lot of kind of shifty stuff, and then you go, oh, look at the way the press is manipulating the users and convincing them to waste their money on shit, and then I kind of ended up sort of like, and then all of a sudden the same people will start turning up, the same kind of weird kind of fascist kind of authoritarian feminists will start appearing. And at first, like when, say, Anita Sarkeesian came on the scene, I remember thinking, I actually wrote a blog about it at the time, and I really fucking regret it, because I wrote a blog basically mocking everybody that made her money, saying, you fucking stupid twat, because you've come on her video, because you've insulted, because you've given her an excuse to cry sympathy, she's now going to make a ton of money, and she's now famous. And and then I put good luck her actually doing anything with it, because no one, you're never going to turn around and say, sex shouldn't sell, because it will, so you lose. That's bottom line, is that's the human race. You're not going to get rid of that. Sorry, it is going to happen, and male and female general traits are going to continue even if they change over time, which they have. You're still not going to turn around and say, women should not be maternal. Well, a lot of them generally are.
Mm-hmm.
In general, women are more nurturing maternal than men. That's just a general trait on average. You're not going to make that go away. That's just stupid. You're living in a fantasy world. And then that kind of I see that kind of snowball, and then you can see how these people work, how they kind of because it's a really popular, because of course being right on and being supportive of people who are oppressed is a really it's a good thing to do. It's a nice kind of attitude, and people kind of latch onto that, and then they kind of do that, as mentioned earlier, sort of movie Bob, that kind of by any means necessary.
Yeah.
Then it means it's not just protecting people who need protecting, standing up for people who are being downtrodden. It becomes, how do I attack and hurt and wound people who aren't PC enough?
Yes.
Because I've seen, like, when Joss Whedon gets bullied off the fucking internet, it's like, that dude is such a feminist. He is beloved by so many feminists and all this stuff. You know, oh no, God, he made Black Widow feel bad that she didn't have any children, therefore bully him off the fucking internet. It's like, oh God, these people are vicious. What was it that? Does anyone remember what it was that got oh God, Troy Baker off Twitter? He quit the internet.
Oh, he made a joke about Caitlyn Jenner, I think.
He made a Caitlyn Jenner joke. He made a Caitlyn Jenner joke. That was it. That was enough. That was enough for these people to. And again, it's the fact that they have no human empathy for anyone who doesn't have the right opinion. It's distinctly authoritarian and creepy as fuck. Because I've seen people who are like, you know, like people who I used to get on with now actively hate my guts because I ended up on the wrong side of a hashtag.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, people who were like friends of mine, who I'd talked to, with people like, you know, it's like the games press, people who, you know, I generally agree with, even if I thought maybe they're a little bit too hard left. All of a sudden, those people, I'm Hitler. It's like, hang on a minute, like come on, like weeks ago, we were discussing your ideas and having like a positive, you know, even if we didn't always agree, we're having a positive, you know, to and forward in a relation. I'm being like blocked and unfriended. All right, I don't know why you're so pissed at me, but you know that's fine because they buy into these things like hook, line, and sinker. They're desperate for there to be this evil group of people, and what pisses me off is there's plenty of horrible sexist people, lots of horrible racists, lots of really unpleasant individuals. But the people they're attacking are just a bunch of people who want to play video games. Want to be left the fuck alone because society's never liked them in the first place. It was never cool to, you know. I know right now it's popular, it's a massive industry, but you know, we're all growing up. It was not the cool thing to do.
Yeah.
It just wasn't. It was a thing that you did if you were a bit unusual.
I'm actually kind of lucky to be born a little bit later.
So you sort of gaming in the sort of the late 80s and the 90s. They're like there's no one respects that.
This guy has mental disease.
Yeah, seriously, I remember being about 12 and I had a John Connor action figure on his little motorbike, and at the time, this guy saw I had it, and he picked on me so bad. It was just going at me, to the end. I ended up like turning around and punching him and busted his nose open. And this whole thing, and this whole like big fight kicked off. I mean, this guy was just going at me because you got a toy when you were a fucking kid. And then I ended up like had a big sort of thing and got rid of all my like childish stuff and wanted to be a man and all that shit. And then we ended up sort of like becoming friends after like we make up and become friends. Then I find out he's a massive fucking geek, and I'm like, you piece of shit. But at the time, he was a proper closet geek. I was like, dude, I gave all my Transformers to a children's charity, you fuck. Because I felt so shamed. I felt so fucking... All my Gen 1 Transformers all went to a children's hospital for ill kids to play with. Because at the time, I was a kid, and I just felt kind of like emotionally vulnerable. And I felt like, oh no, I've got to get away from those things. I've got to just go really hard into my skating and like music, and that's okay. I can enjoy those things. I can be an enthusiast about my skating and about music and stuff like that, but you know, oh god, I can't make it clear that I really like video games or really like comic books or something, because you know that's not cool. That's going to get me a load of shit.
And Terminator.
And then obviously now it's.
Continue.
Yeah, I wish I had a John Connor on his dirt bike. That'd be awesome.
It's manly as fuck. I don't see how that's even like kidding.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Like I cried manly tears when that the T-1000 just like sticks his thumb up.
Oh yeah, I love
cried
that scene.
manly tears.
It's amazing.
It was just the rain.
Yeah. Oh, it's so weird to see that. I think this is the thing. I think that now it's become really popular, and now kind of like those annoying cool kids who they used to be all over music. They used to be in metal, a lot of them, and they used to piss me off then. annoying cliquey hipsters.
Yeah.
They used to be in the indie music scene. Oh god, I used to hate their guts. And they've kind of gravitated from that scene over to gaming, because now that's the big thing, and they're all just desperate to clique together. And what's kind of become their identity has been just being a horrific authoritarian PC prick. If it was something else, people would have just left them to it.
Mm-hmm.
Back then, it'd just be who'd have the skinniest jeans and come up with the most whingy indie song. I could live with that. I just having to listen to your shit.
I think I grew out of that because I remember when I was like I don't know, like 10. Used to like heavy metal. I still do like heavy metal, but I used to criticize other people's music just because it was different. Good thing I just grew out of that. But holy shit.
I remember talking to a guy. He was like he only liked like 3 thrash metal bands, and that was the only thing he ever learned. Everything else was shit. It was the best. He said the best argument. The guy like, dude, that's just so fucking dumb. And he's like, no, those are the what you're telling me like these like literally. You're like, seriously, he was literally like anything that wasn't Dragon Force was a bad band. And I was like, there's something wrong with you. There's something seriously wrong with you. You've got like some kind of massive case of autism. That only like one band and a couple of bands that sound just like it. They're the only ones that are okay to like. Oh god! And now those people make Fez.
Oh my god! Yeah, Jesus.
And now he's a DJ, so he's fucked off now.
He's a DJ, really?
Yeah, have you not seen him? He was like DJing at a Double Fine party a little while ago.
Wow, I had no idea what happened to him.
DJed at XOXO Fest. Yeah, he DJed at XOXO Fest as well.
Isn't that where they pissed in the pool or something like that? I don't
Oh
remember.
no, that was DashCon. That was the tumblr convention.
Yeah.
They had a ball part. They had a ball pit. And someone pissed in the ball pit, apparently.
What if when the beat drops, everybody gets triggered?
That might have been what happened.
So it has made me laugh. Has anyone kind of like been sort of looking around at this thing and noticed how many people on the side or like this kind of overly righteous SJW side all of a sudden throw their toys at the pram and start screaming about how everyone's a mental case?
Yeah.
Has anyone seen these? It's so funny watching people who have been like so again, like going after gamers, and then like, oh, you people are mental. You people are fucking crazy. Someone was like having me in dogpile because he misgendered someone on Twitter because they had an anime avatar, and that was like a major deal. I was like, really? Rather than like, oh, sorry, you're a girl. Sorry, I just assumed because you had a guy on your avatar. Like, how dare you? I'm a trans woman. Okay, sorry.
I remember seeing this tweet. It said, "I'm sorry, I misgendered your dog." That was hilarious.
Oh yeah, I did see that one.
That was the best thing I've seen on Twitter in a long time.
But you know, the thing is that really creeps me out about this situation is people outside of this who haven't seen how weird, how creepy these people are and what they're like getting, what they're getting put into place. I'm talking to people, I've got some really like feminist friends and stuff, and when I talk to them, and they're so quick to go, yeah, but these people are mental. I'm like, yeah, but these people are getting laws in place. These people are speaking in front of the UN.
Yes.
They're doing all kinds of creepy
Jesus.
shit that you should be doing.
Yeah.
Why aren't you like trying to pull this argument around to like female and genital mutilation or something? Why are these people making the most important thing in feminism today, whether there are tits in a video game or not?
Yeah, I mean, they went to the UN and they essentially complained that they're being critiqued by people instead of bringing up, actual real world issues that women are dealing with. Like, what?
It's not just about the fact that the law's been broken, but also people said to me that I suck and I'm a liar. You do suck and you are lying. So.
Either lying
or stupid. Pick one.
Yeah, exactly.
There's no way you're telling the truth.
Yeah, Panos here in the chat is asking if we think that listening to SJW ideology can actually damage the AAA gaming industry. So, yeah, I'll let you guys take that.
Feel, because like they're trying to force characters, for example, they're trying to force gay characters, they're trying to force female characters, or more of them actually, and like, yeah, you could force these characters into games, but that doesn't necessarily mean there are going to be good characters. You could well, because for example, I've heard this example pulled out a lot. Like BioShock apparently tries to make and tries to put in like like the issue of slavery, but they don't actually go into depth on it.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
so, like there's no purpose other than, hey, we got this element now, let's move on and not
Yeah, it
even
was
make
like
something good.
yeah, in BioShock especially, BioShock Infinite, like you know, all of the things that they were bringing up in the game were really interesting, but they don't delve deeply into it. It's like window dressing essentially. It's like, oh yeah, here's some racism, you know, here's some sexism. You know, that happened back then. That's cool, right? It's just, you know, just tell me something about this.
Yeah,
I
man,
don't know.
it's deep as fuck.
Apparently so. Like that game got so many rave reviews, and I was just so pissed off because the gameplay was such,
Shit.
like yeah, it was just
It was
such a step back from you know the original Bioshock and Bioshock. Like I don't really care for Bioshock 2 like at all as far as story goes, but the gameplay was a little bit better than the original. But Bioshock Infinite, it's just what happened? Like you can only hold two weapons at a time. You have regenerating health. But the only way to fill your health, well, you have a regenerating shield. You don't have regenerating health, and that was like my main issue because, you know, you take so much damage, and you have to run around like finding candy bars and stuff to refill your health, and you have these enemies with, you know, the perfect aim that consistently like drain your health, and it's just really badly designed, and yeah, that game was shite. Like, I don't know.
It was a step back instead of a
Although
step
I will
forward.
say, I will say for the sake of any historians, there was no Bioshock 2. You dreamed it. It didn't
Yes.
exist. We'll move on.
Yeah,
that game doesn't exist.
yeah, I think the number 2 has a curse. And this also
Yeah, it's
applies to
like-
Devil May Cry.
Yeah, if there was no DMC 2. It went straight from 1 to the special edition.
Yeah.
All right. I don't appreciate your criticism on Bioshock 2. Somebody who likes the game, right now you're being violent towards me.
Man.
Sorry. I do apologize for my cyber violence.
Dude, I encourage you to run to your safe space.
When is the UN gonna call so I can get this righted? Horrible
You're
roll.
entirely too masculine for UN to give a shit.
War has changed. Yeah, you just read the UN troops like breaking into my house and
It's
trying to
like-
get me out of my laptop.
Oh, did everyone actually
Oh,
see
God.
that the UN report was pulled? By the way.
Oh yeah, I did see that.
Yeah, I heard about it.
It kind of pisses me off that they did pull it though, because it's not like, you know, you guys weren't promoting this at one time or another. Just leave it up. Just deal with what you put out there. I don't know. It's just,
I would go further than that and like explain why they pulled it out because obviously like there was a problem with the report and they should at least inform
my
the
God.
public.
that report, it was just like the most hilarious thing in the world to read through.
I just like when you actually when you made the video and you were like and you said like you suck and you're a liar. I burst out laughing really hard the moment you said you suck.
Oh
I
my
just
God.
couldn't-
It's just I don't understand, like, do they exist in the real world? Like, has no one ever told them that they suck before?
Man.
Like, Jesus Christ. But yeah,
I think
what's that?
they're not used to being called up and being because they're so they're so wrong that they can't handle the fact that it's like no the reason that you're being dogpiled is because everyone who hears you either dismisses you or actually wants to like vociferously argue with because they know you're an idiot.
Mm-hmm.
That's why these people, even when like these kind of major celebrities talk this sort of random shit. That's why they've got like they end up with like, you know, a couple of like favorites or retweets if they're on Twitter like saying something, and then they got a couple of people who agree with them, and then they have hundreds of people going, "You're a fucking moron," and then they're just like, "Hate." It's like it's not hate. You're just wrong. The majority of people disagree with you. That doesn't mean that you might be right, but everyone disagrees.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think there's also an issue with well, like you're like there's different like types of criticism. Like some of it is obviously nonsense, but other is like real like constructive. And sometimes even criticism could be armed with logic, but at the same time it could have a lot of insults in it. But just because it has a lot of insults in it doesn't necessarily mean that the arguments posed are wrong. That's a lot of people like pay attention to the tone, but not exactly the quality of the arguments, and usually the quality is really good.
Yeah. People are quick to like scream ad hominem like constantly, but you know the argument there is sound. Like you know what they're bringing up are issues that you should take into account when talking about certain topics. So.
Yeah, exactly. Like if somebody came to me and said that the Earth was flat, I'll call you stupid, and then I'll fucking tell you why you're stupid.
Yeah.
I think it really when I did a video a couple of days ago where he did a like a 50-odd minute breakdown of the UN meeting and like the main source article about the Nintendo killers and Pokemon making children into zombies.
Nintendo killers.
Nintendo killers. But I did a full breakdown, and all it was literally the whole thing was just using the word fuck as much as possible, saying these fucks and these fucks want these fucks to get these fucks to tell these fucks to get these fucks to stop these fucks from trolling them, and literally someone just came along, this like random like feminist came along, and she was like, "You didn't make an argument," and I was like, "No, that's a straw man." Like, no, I'm taking the piss. It was a humorous summary. So if you want to sit and listen through my 53 minutes of me breaking it down, by all means, but you're gonna just dislike it anyway. But it's so the person was there. This is what I've noticed though. Interesting about these people, we're kind of characterizing them. I've noticed they always assume the worst about you. They always assume like one person. This woman like she said this thing to me, and I just said, maybe if you'd have checked my description, you might not have left that comment. Because it was like you didn't make an argument, and I put, if you check my description, you wouldn't have said that. And she was like, "Oh, I don't have to check your description." And I went, "Oh my god, you didn't actually even check. Just had like an hour-long video discussing this at length. That's fine." But and then I said, "Look, I'm done with being." Then she said to me, I said, "Look, I'm done being polite to you." She's like, "When were you polite to me?" And I was like, "The whole time. I didn't swear to you. I wasn't rude to you. But like, you obviously think everything I'm saying because it's written on word that I'm like." What am I, spitting at the screen and like wishing you were dead? Or like they always do it. These people, they always assume that you're speaking in bad faith every time, that you're lying, that you're intentionally trying to manipulate the facts rather than this is just what I think.
Yeah,
they genuinely think you're a bad person because they come down to ask questions. They're like, well, you would say that because you're a bad person. Am I really? What have I done that's bad? Oh, I don't need to show you proof. We all know. Like, what do you know? What do you know that I've done? What do you know that's bad about me?
You were born.
I had one person have a go at me, trying to call me a paedophile because I said that Emma Watson herself had claimed that she was treated as by Hollywood as jailbait. And when she kind of came out as this big feminist icon, I said, well, yeah, all your money has been made by an industry selling, trying to like treat you like jailbait as an underage girl. That was some of that. As soon as you hit puberty, that shit was creepy. And this woman was like, "Oh, you must be a paedophile." And I'm like, "Why am I a paedophile now?" And she was like, "Well, because you said that." I was like, "What? Because I said what I agreed with what Emma Watson has said her experience was in Hollywood. That makes what even are you talking about?" And they were just going on and on and on, and literally, because at the time I just. My daughter's just over a year now, and she's just been born. And I just put a picture of my daughter on my Twitter and said to her, I was like, "Say it one more fucking time. Just this is my child. Just one more fucking time. Say it. And if you like, I'll give you my. You can call the police or shut the fuck up. Don't come to me with these kind of sick accusations over nothing, based on nothing. They're so happy to throw the sickest accusations at you for no backing.
And ironically,
and they get really strange when you.
Yeah, continue.
That's the thing. If you said the slightest mean thing, you're a monster. But then, like, you're worse than ISIS. Fuck you. Oh no, they're attacking me. You just told me. You said I'm worse than terrorists. Like, I'm allowed to say fuck you for that.
Yeah, it's like the least worst the least worst insult, because I mean, fuck you is an overused insult, and like calling somebody a terrorist has a lot of loaded meanings.
I didn't like make up a false report of you raping your mum or something. I mean, that would have given you reason to be like, "Oh my god, that was out of line." No, had just either mocked you or insulted you for saying something stupid or insulting.
Yeah, the thing is, like, about the pedophile accusation, like, they're actively protecting a pedophile, like,
Yeah.
SRH Butts, I think is the name of he or she, whatever it is. And they actually have, like, the chat logs of, that person talking about, pedophilia and everything like that. And then,
And sharing.
yeah, she actually shared, like, pictures of, I don't remember if it was, like, her niece
her
or
cousin.
something.
Her
Oh, okay.
cousin,
I think it was her cousin's crotch.
Yeah.
Yeah,
she
absolutely disgusting. And how can you defend that? I don't understand. How can you defend it? It's just, what happened to your brains?
They had these fallbacks that they had to agree with. They had to support her no matter what. They had to. So when it was like, okay, so what's the argument? It's fake, right? Well, she admitted to it. Well, the logs were taken out of context. No, they were hacked. No, they weren't hacked. The ones that we're referring to were taken off a public domain. She was just being a teenage edgelord. All right, so what? So you're telling me that? And then in the same breath, they're like, well, people on 8chan post child porn. And I'm like, I don't go on 8chan.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, but you're responsible for. There's people who post stuff on 8chan. I was like, so you're willing to say out one side of your mouth that your paedophile friend is okay and should be and has done nothing wrong and everything's great, but you're going to use like words about, you're going to talk to me about child abuse images when someone who's not me has been on a website, someone else on that website has posted child porn.
Mm-hmm.
How does that make any sense? You're like, there's like 3 degrees of separation between me and child porn, and that's your mate. At what point am I the bad guy for this? And at what point can you? They do. They just double down every time you call them out on something.
There's like two wrongs make a right, and like as you were saying, like they were accusing you of being like a pedophile, and the evidence that they presented is basically like, no, you can't even call it evidence. Meanwhile, we're presenting a bunch of chat logs and a bunch of other stuff. Nah, man, she's not a pedophile, man. She was just being edgy as fuck, man. She was going through this teenage angst even though she was 20.
And surely the whole point of this argument, the whole point that this cropped up, was literally just the point that the person has set themselves up as the moral arbiter of the internet and they have no place being one. Mm-hmm. That's pretty much the whole argument. That's it. It's not even like, okay, well, yeah, maybe, yeah, fine, it was a decade ago, blah, 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 but this person has not like try to make amends or apologize. Like their apology, they wrote a little apology blog, and it was the most pathetic thing I've ever heard. It was literally, it's other people's fault, and I was a bad person.
Yeah.
But now I'm mysteriously not. Okay, that's fine. You didn't even say like, oh, I had to do some soul searching. I was wrong, or none of that. The word wrong didn't appear once. That was unflattering, but these people are monsters for bringing it up. Does anyone else find it also kind of interesting that in the same time that this happens, all of a sudden, Salon starts posting articles by a paedophile saying that people who don't like paedophiles are bad? I'm like, is this where we're going now? They have such an obsessive stranglehold on that part of the media that literally just to discredit the argument that this person is making stuff up context, and this person is a deceitful liar, and incidentally, here's a history of them with potential child abuse. Maybe they should shut their fucking face. That all of a sudden turns around to they double down to the degree now that you're a bad person for being for disliking a paedophile.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. They,
it's like if they made the argument to say what we should do is perhaps these people are sick and these people are sick and they are in need of either isolation or treatment. They need to be, castrated or isolated or something, but not to the point we should just welcome them because they're just an oppressed minority. Sorry, they're not. They are people who suffer from a sickness, and you wouldn't allow a violent psychopath into your society.
Yeah.
Without any kind of controls, you wouldn't allow someone who is only attracted to small children. That promotes predatory behaviour. Sorry, you're an aberration. I'm really sorry for you, but get the fuck away from my kids.
Yeah.
And during this, you're cutting off a little bit. Nobody's talking.
Anarchist, you there?
No, you started, I stopped.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Well, when this was happening, I was kind of stuck in the middle. Not exactly because I thought she was innocent. More that but like in one part, like the SJWs were like saying, "Oh no, this is like prejudice against pedophiles," and another part was like every pedophile should be burned alive. And I was kind of stuck in the middle because I know that pedophilia is a mental disease, but as you said, there should be taken precautions and like treatments. They shouldn't like be killed or something like that. And also, like, just because you're a pedophile doesn't necessarily mean that you actually committed some acts like sharing child porn, which SRH Butts actually did. Well, it's arguable if it's child porn, but it's definitely bad.
Okay, if we're all willing to like admit they were born that way, well, fine. Okay,
I'm not exactly
wrong.
I'm not exactly sure if they're born that way.
For the sake of argument,
argument,
if we said, right, fine, you're born that way. For the sake of argument, you were born that way. Okay, if you've committed no crime, you're not a criminal, but you are a risk.
Yeah.
So what do we do with you? What do we do with it about you? The idea of accepting you, embracing you for. Without consequence, that the consequences are too dangerous for children. And then what was really creeped me out is during these arguments, and all of a sudden people start talking about denying the agency of children to have sexuality, and I was like, whoa. Now you're going really fucking creepy here.
Yeah.
You've gone from pedophiles alone, if they haven't done anything wrong, to kids want to have sex. Now we're getting fucking creepy. Because if like adolescents, kids do stuff with adolescent kids, that's a thing that's not anyone else's kind of issue. That's kind of between the parents and the kids. But like when it's like we're talking about adults preying on children, you can't. Yeah, well they wanted it. No, fucker. If someone said that, but what's really creepy? If someone said that about a drunk woman who was coming onto a guy and then passed out and then they had sex, that's rape. But God forbid, but a child who isn't legally able to give consent gives consent. Oh well, that's okay. Like, where is your like moral center? Like, where is it? It's
logical consistency.
It's crazy. Like I remember seeing on Twitter, like I don't know, like a day or two ago, I think one of the writers for like one of these progressive websites was saying that if it wasn't looked down upon, he would have no issues like trying to have sex with like a 5-year-old or something, and he thought a 5-year-old came onto him or something like that.
Wasn't that an article for Salon? Is that not the one who wrote that for Salon? Is that not
I'm not.
They wrote that they.
I'm not sure if that was him. I'm not sure if that was him. I just know I saw someone and they had like one of his quotes. I guess they got it from like a chat log or something, saying that he would have no problem doing that if it wasn't looked down upon in society. So it's just I don't know what to think about these people.
So, and this is the thing. Like I don't want to characterize all these kind of people as like they're all evil or something. But the problem is that they with the desire, this desperate desire to do right, they're surrounding themselves with some really horrible people. And I think it's fair to say that I say like getting involved in Gamergate, and you look around at some of the people who are in support of it, and you go, some of you people are dicks.
Yeah.
Some of you people are unpleasant. I disagree with you ideologically and morally in a lot of things. But you know what? You just go your way. I'm gonna go mine. We're not coming into conflict unless it were to be a direct thing. That's fine. I don't have to like you to agree with you on one thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Even if it's only one thing, I don't have to. That's the difference. It's like unless you agree with them totally, they hate you. It's like I can have plenty of friendly disagreements with people.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine by me. It's just they just want to silence any disagreement.
Why do you think that? That was going back to really early on when I said about how I used to like troll kind of like ultra nationalists, and they'd like come at you with these arguments, and I go, okay, I understand you've got a concern there. And all I'm telling you is that it's not real. Where it's like, what if my child was to go to a school where the teachers don't speak English? I'd be like, that will never happen if you live in Britain. That's just not going to happen. So yeah, you should. Your child should have to. Your children should be expected to go to a school where they English is the first language. Of course you should. What does that got to do with anything? Like, that's not going to happen. But like, yeah, okay, that you're right, but I don't think that's reality. Like, you're living in the world where you think the world wants to ban Christmas, or like Christians are all being burned in the streets or something. Like you're kind of living in a fantasy land, but you're thinking of what's right, and you're like, this is wrong, and you're going, yeah, but you're also incorrect. Like if that was what was happening, I might be standing alongside you, but I'm not, because you're wrong.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't have problems with these. Again, I just say SJWs for now, but I know they're not all like this. I don't like to, demonize a group as they do. So, but a lot of the people who make these sorts of arguments, I really wish that they would actually come to the table and listen to other points of view, because I don't know, I think we'd just be all better off for it. Like, just without demonizing each other, just listen to other people's ideas. Don't just block everything out. Just listen for once and actually have a convivial discussion with people. It's just, I don't know. It's just
That's rule number 1 in the SJW rule book. There, remember that you're right and everybody else is liars. Don't listen to what they have to say and stop them from talking by any means necessary.
yeah,
Pretty
silence any
much.
dissent.
Which I think does say quite a lot about their actual motives, and kind of I think a lot of their stuff is projection. I do think a lot of them they're not very like the people who aren't nice. I mean, obviously there's people who are allied to them, who are decent people who just want. They think they're standing on the morally right side of an argument, and they're not really getting involved. But there's plenty of people on that side, and I've got no problem with those people. I don't really, I don't blame them for being gullible. But
Yeah.
I think that, unfortunately, that they, in the same way that you can say that some people who rise to the top of any social group, they're often the more extreme because they get the most attention.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And that happens in all things. I mean, you look at some of the people who have come to prominence within kind of Gamergate, say, and who have become, who are like considered the main. Some of the people who are considered the main names, and some of them you go, okay, I couldn't see myself liking you in any in any situation. And because certain people are inflammatory, or they're they're particularly inflammatory, then they get people up and they're like, yeah, and they kind of they build a following, and that's fine. That's their thing. I don't have to follow them for that or agree with them. That's people. They like to follow somebody. They like to kind of crowd around the light. I've never been one for that. I tend to, if ever I see a group of people, I tend to like walk in the other way. Go, maybe I'll hear what are you guys doing? Yeah, I'm leaving. Sorry, I'm not social. I'm not all that social. That's why I became a gamer in the first place.
Yeah.
I was checking out this discussion. I think it was by Walter Block, and he was talking about how all those people in like the colleges were the extremists that everybody would just like look at and walk away from, or be like, no, that dude's crazy. Well, those are the people who are now leading these social justice movements. It's like the craziest of the crazies, and people are following them. Yeah, I thought that was funny because it's pretty much true. It's the ones that absolutely nobody should in their right mind ever follow, but they're the ones who are getting all the glory, all the attention.
Yeah, I mean, I can't deny that they don't have some sort of like charisma to them. I mean, you look at Anita Sarkeesian. I mean, she does a very good job of feeding people these canards that they just really want to hear, and I can understand why, if you were someone who didn't really like listen to either argument, or just love the idea of helping women, I guess, and just she wants to help women, so I'm gonna agree with her. I can see how they can buy into what the stuff that she says. It's I don't know, it's really interesting to see, and again, I don't fault them for their views. It's just come to the table with arguments that are worth listening to, because all the stuff that you say, it's I have this picture here. Wait, just give me 1 sec, I'll bring it up. With someone put this picture. It says, what does real life sexual assault and domestic violence have to do with video games? And they quoted a bunch of stuff that Anita has said in like damsel in distress and woman as reward videos. So No, she goes on to say like violence against women is a serious global epidemic. Every 9 seconds, a woman is assaulted or beaten in the United States. 1 out of 5 women in the U.S. will be raped in their lifetimes. 1 in 4 will be sexually assaulted. And someone wrote on the bottom, if video games don't cause violence, then why does the need to find it necessary to bring up real life statistics on domestic violence and sexual assault? And that's what everyone's been asking her, and she refuses to answer it. It's just, just show me how, this playing video games makes you more susceptible to these behaviors. Just, prove it to me. Prove it to me, and I'll agree with you. I'll be on your side. Just, show me the truth. Because I'm not interested in, believing in things for the sake of believing them. I just, I accept truth as it's made apparent to me. So, if something is the truth, regardless of how I feel about it, it's the truth. You have to accept it. That's, just the way the world works. So, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's very clear that kind of the way she works, she's a very good marketer. And
yeah.
The problem is that her argumentation doesn't make any sense, because she states, terrible thing, and here's something else. There's a link somewhere, and it's obvious because research has proved it. I did a couple of videos parodying Anita Sarkeesian's kind of methods, and it's true. Like, she says stuff like, "Oh, this is deeply harmful," or "Studies show this," and you go, "Sorry, you've like not presented any information. So like, there's no fact here. If you've got some, I'd like to see them, and I'm fine. If it's like, okay, seriously, if and still, it's never going to prove anything, because ultimately it comes down to the same argument we've had for centuries. You can't have movable type to let people read books because it'll turn people crazy. You can't let people watch TV or film because it turns them into killers. You can't buy Catcher in the Rye because it'll make you kill John Lennon. There's like, stuff has happened for years and years and years, you're trying to pin the Columbine massacre or Marilyn Manson and Doom. It's like none of these things have ever stuck, and they've never been true, and they never will be true. Like, unfortunately, there's always going to be like on the fringe of media. There's always going to be stuff that people are attracted to isn't very mainstream, and some of those people are going to be damaged psychologically and potentially violent. But then no one says, well, hang on, 13 people who watched Dancing with the Stars beaten, raped their kids. There's a problem with Dancing with the Stars. No one's making that because that's mainstream, therefore it's not a good target.
Yeah, and
there's no easy target, and that's the point. People thought gaming was an easy target, and they kind of ignored the collective autism of the gaming community.
Yes.
Like, oh my god, you pissed off people who like, almost in some cases identify is that they like playing video games, and you've questioned that identity. Yeah, of course they're going to come after you. Of course they're going to come at you. I'm surprised, and the ironic thing is, I'm all surprised there has been no credible threats.
Yeah.
There's actually, I wouldn't be surprised if someone in a Pokemon onesie comes along strapped with C4 at the event, but it hasn't happened. I would have gone like, well, there was bound to be one complete and utter tard, but there hasn't been. Like, none of these people, whenever there's gone, oh, there's been a threat, Anita Sarkeesian stopped a talk because of a threat, that even it took the people in Gamergate to find out it was a Brazilian blogger who didn't like feminists, and then the kind of the way these arguments kind of happen, and then no one actually admits to the reason that the talk was cancelled was because there's a concealed carry law in Utah.
Oh,
was
yeah,
it Utah? Yeah.
Yep.
And she demanded that the campus police could overrule state law and search everybody, and they said can't, concealed carry is legal, can't infringe their rights, and so she refused to speak. And then the story becomes she didn't speak because of terrorist threats made by gamers. No, she refused to speak because she had received the threat from someone who was unsubstantiated and turned out to be completely uninterested in gaming. And then she refused to do so because she couldn't overturn. That's why it happened. But the narrative is she was threatened into not speaking. Well, and also, if you hear what she said, she takes everything as a threat and everything seriously.
Yes.
If someone tweets her, "You stupid bitch, I'll punch you in the face," she will say that's a credible threat. Well, and like anyone else who, but then he said to her like, "Oh, that's just some moron. Nothing's going to happen. That's not. Here's a photo of your front door. I'm coming to slit your children's throats in the night or something. Like that is a credible threat. That's where you go. Oh, that seems credible. Shit, call the police. If someone's like, "Oh, kill you," yeah, whatever. What is it? Yeah, it's another day of the week. You're on the internet. Someone's going to threaten to kill you.
Yeah, do you remember that the one guy who made the game to punch Jack Thompson in the face, like it was like a flash game, and
Yeah,
you know,
on Newgrounds.
yeah, and then he made one of Anita Sarkeesian, and he's in
All
like
of a sudden,
huge...
he became a monster.
Yeah.
I was like, have you people never been on the internet in the 90s? Because they were everywhere. I used to like, sorry, what? That was all over the place. That was, you know, like punch George Bush in the face, punch Bill Clinton in the face, put a frog in a blender. That was what the 90s internet was essentially. And facilitating LAN parties.
I miss LAN parties.
Joe Cartoon was great.
I think another thing that like we're asking for evidence from Anita Sarkeesian of how video games influence violence, but also like even if even the most basic form of evidence, statistics are missing from this, and assuming you had it, first of all, you would have to have multiple statistics because that's not really how science works. You need a lot of like evidence together. You can't just rely on one source and that's the end of a discussion. You need multiple sources and multiple studies.
Yeah, and of course, ironically, when the only substantiatable study came out that said video gaming doesn't impact people's sexism, the study was done in Germany, a long-term study. It was just one study. And the conclusion was it didn't make anyone any more sexist. It's the only study that asks whether it made people more sexist that has any kind of credibility and was published in a peer-reviewed paper. And the first thing they said was, yeah, well, that's just one study, and of course it's in Germany, which is a different culture to here. So therefore, I was like, if you're going to nitpick and say that video games made a video game that's made in, say, Japan and played in Spain is going to have an impact, but you're not willing to say that you're not willing to ask the question about, say, you know, why are, say, for example, talking about spree killing? They're like, right today, even just the last couple of days, that terrible spree killing.
Oh yeah.
They're talking about taking that there we go. See, that's video games, and that's toxic masculinity. And you go, yeah, but also it's a very American thing that's happening. Something in America creates the environment where this happens. I don't know what it is, but something, because it's those particular kinds of shootings occur in America, and they don't really occur elsewhere.
Yeah,
but
like,
there's plenty of violence all over the world.
Yeah, I have a direct quote from Sarkeesian about the mass shootings. You know, I don't know if it was Sarkeesian or McIntosh who said this one, but it was like, we need to seriously address connections between violence, sexism, and toxic ideas of manhood before boys and men commit more mass shootings. So, yeah, I just.
And I mean, there's no doubt that most of the mass shootings were done by men, but like, can you really tie it down to masculinity or something else? Because just because like most men did it doesn't necessarily mean that it's men that are the issue. You could have multiple like influences.
Also, I think it's pretty fair to say that there is a byproduct of masculinity, but in the same way, so is invention. So is pioneering. Those things, because men are
less risk averse.
This is the thing that I said earlier on, that like, yeah, the reason that Sarkeesian will never get what she wants is because by nature society is run by women being attractive to men who are willing to take risks to attract them. That's how the whole of human history has worked. It's ugly. It's not particularly nice. It's not like it's some kind of glorious thing that we should all revel in, but it is reality. It is how the world works. People aren't going to, you know, and women are said they are less, when they kind of go, there's not enough women in tech, and you go, that's because, you know, 20 years ago no one was in tech, and it was just a load of people living in garages and like sleeping on their friends' floors and staying up all night eating Cheetos so they can code something. That's why gaming was a boys' clubhouse, because the people who are willing to like risk it all are the likes of like John Carmack and John Romero, and like those people were like willing to just put their whole life into an unproven thing to try and make a living out of it.
Yeah.
And that's why it's mostly guys at the upper echelons of gaming, is because at the 30 years ago there was no upper echelons of gaming. The people who the people who pioneered the industry are almost exclusively, almost always going to be men, just by nature of our biology. Because that's how we differentiate ourselves. It's how we our sexual competition. It's how we compete as a species.
Yeah, that's why they like are trying to perpetuate this idea that gender is like a social construct, and
it's just made up. It's just made up.
Yeah,
it's just. I saw that video post. I set up a new channel yesterday. I posted a new video, and I found this guy who claimed that he was a woman, although he was a bearded man. He was a bearded man, and the reason that he's masculine, he has a beard. He said he's feminine because his hair is a little bit longer than it used to be. I mean, it's still like really, really short hair. And then he said, I use female pronouns because I like My Little Pony and the colour pink. And I was like, that's not how gender works, you fucking Fruit Loop. What you are is a little bit feminine in some of your aspects, and so we're all different. We all have a different balance of humours. That's what makes us individuals.
Yeah.
So you can there's very few people who you can say that person, everything about them is masculine. Every single thing about them. Mm-hmm. There's some people. There's like Errol Flynn. There's not that very many people who can be like, what is like everything about them is just so manly. Therefore, they must be like. There's people. People have different balances of traits. It's just that one gender tends to go towards another.
Yeah,
but I do really like the fact that the people who try and be very kind of inclusive with trans people, which is a lot like the Sarkeesian crowd all proclaim to be. Yet at the same time, they're willing to claim that gender's a social construct.
Yes.
So why are these people on hormones and having to have surgery? Just unlearned their masculine traits through like hypnotherapy or something. Like from watching your videos they can then learn that gender's a social construct and learn about really a woman. Like, don't be stupid. These people have to have medical intervention if they want to transition one gender to another, because it's not a fiction, it's a real thing. Gender's fucking real.
Yes.
Because it's a biological thing. Yeah, and they go, well, what about people who are born androgynous? Yeah, there's there's 7 of them.
Yeah.
That's an outlier.
To jump on like the other side here for a second, I've heard arguments. Okay, sex is what you are. You're male or you're female. Gender describes who you are, but there isn't just 2 genders. There can be a frickin' 1,000 of them, because just because you're a guy but you have long hair, well, long hair is a trait of a female, and this is just an example. So you're not actually, your gender isn't male because you also have traits of a female. Where they use gender to sex, like say genre to music.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of like tend to I kind of agree with it a little bit on the fact that you are what you are. You can only be male or female. Yes, you can. If you're born with both parts, be both parts, but there's going to be one side that's greater than the other. But as for your gender, as who you describe yourself to be, or what traits you actually have, I would have to say like gender is just, in that definition, much more broader than just the 2 things.
I think it's. I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that. I think it's like I think they're conflating just identity with gender. Like. They say gender identity, but it's just identity, like who you are, like what you do and all this stuff. Like, to me, gender is, the 2 things, and then there's trans people who want to be one or the other, and then there's hermaphrodites, which are both. But, if you're saying your gender is like, asexual, gender fluid, like, something ridiculous like that, that's just like personal preferences. I wouldn't say that's actual gender. I'd say that's like identity, like how you identify yourself. I like these certain things.
And I totally agree with you on that. It's your identity.
Yeah.
It's just so how the word has become nowadays is more of a way to define your identity than.
I think it's I think it's a perversion of language. I don't like. You know, I know words change over time. That's absolutely fine, but
We're
I don't.
Americans. We're great at perversion of language.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, but I don't know. It's just, these words have set definitions. Like there shouldn't be any reason for gender to mean anything besides what it means. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I have no idea. So I'll let you guys.
I personally, I know, maybe you guys will feel the same way, but I feel a bit like these people are like stuck on something that I leapfrogged kind of like in my head years and years and years ago, and it's like, well yeah, because they go, well, there's the strict gender roles that have existed, that have changed throughout time, and this is how they used to be, and this is how they are now, and now people are far more equal. And it's like, yeah, they are. So like. To the point, I've got to pass all those things to the point now where they don't matter, and then they're like, no, but they really do. This identity really does matter. I'm like, well, no, it's just you as an individual. That makes you you. That's great. I'll accept you as a person. But they're still desperately hung up on the label, and they want to have a group. They need to be part of a group rather than just be. Yeah. This is who I am. I am a really like beardy bodybuilder. Really like little body hair, but I also really, really like to, I don't know, I really like ponies or something, but that doesn't make you necessarily one gender or the other. It's just your personal traits. And I think that ideally, the more that we kind of conflate maybe gender with biological sex, maybe we're losing the wood for the trees when you're going to go, because people get very strange when they do a lot of studies, and why do so many men who go through transition to become women they all try and be very, very feminine. Most of them try and be very, very feminine. It's because they want the identity of a woman.
Yes.
They don't just want to have their genitals switched around and then be the same person that they were born. They want to conform to their idea of that gender. Mm-hmm. So it gets very kind of conflicted. You don't often get people who are like, I've had surgery and now, I just still wear jeans and a t-shirt.
Yeah.
But you have to call me. You have to use female pronouns now. But yeah, I'm still Bob. It's like that doesn't happen very often.
Bob.
That's where you get. That's where you get Caitlyn Jenner, and you have to refer to Caitlyn as Caitlyn. You have to say she, and she will wear dresses. Even despite the fact that she won the male decathlon, that you could say those things, but then her Wikipedia page will say won the male decathlon in the 1970s. Yes. Kind of go, well, that's the thing. It's a really complicated issue, and I do sometimes sit and struggle with it and kind of go, how's the best way around this? Mm-hmm. But what I find really funny is that how the Anarchist types they totally shoot themselves in the foot by just claiming that these identities are completely fictional. But they conflate, they conflate social roles and social norms with biological reality. Yeah. And also the fact that people have to make choices in life. We have to compromise, and those compromises often end up with people falling into traditional gender roles. That's why they always say you kind of get more right wing the older you get, because they find that even if you're like really left when you're young, the more and more you kind of go, yeah, but my reality setting in, and I can't be as idealistic as I would like to be. I have to compromise my ideals for reality, for my circumstances.
Yeah.
So you do. That's why people who might be like, yeah, people who say, like women who I know who were like massive, like would never have kids, hate the idea of any kind of femininity. All of a sudden, they hit their kind of late 20s and 30s, and they're desperate to be a stay-at-home mum. And you kind of go, oh wow, you've changed your tune.
I would.
And they're not less. They're not. And that's what I find really strange. People be looked down upon for they decide, no, actually, this is what I want. My heart and my body is telling me this is what I want to do, and this is what I'm going to do it. It doesn't matter the fact that I would think that was laughable when I was 18, but that's what I think at 30. And it's like, fine, that's people making their choices and living in reality. And that's what they hate, is that when people give people free choice, they tend to come round to fit on average within normal stereotypes.
Yeah,
and they hate it.
they're like, nah, man, you got internalized misogyny. Those are not your opinions. Those were influenced and internalized. Man.
You don't really think that? Well, I think you find that we're more under control from our body, from what our genes will like transcribe. The proteins going around our body control us far more than our brains do.
Yeah,
we're not so high and mighty that we're not at mercy of our biology. We all are.
Yeah, it's just I don't like them pushing this idea of us being blank slates that can just be, you know, whatever we want. I mean, it would be nice if we could just, you know, go and do whatever the hell we want, but we have these things within ourselves that, you know, push us to do certain things and activities and be certain ways. So you can't disregard that completely, like human biology.
I've just come up with a great parody for Sarkeesian that could be used. That you can basically, you know, when she talks about media is going to affect you, the more it really does. That about biological reality. Just kind of go, the more you think that your genes don't influence you, the more they really do.
Yes.
That's horrible.
I just wanted to play video games. Why are we having to deal with the UN and gender issues?
It's crazy. Yeah. Like, I never thought it would get to this point where she's speaking at the fucking UN. Like, how does that happen? Jesus.
What has this got to do with Peach always being in another castle? Like, why is this got to this place?
Oh,
Miss
my
Peach,
God.
we don't want to rescue. Leave her there.
She's fine. She's baking cakes and shit. She's quite happy.
And I kind of feel like these kind of SJWs are like minimalizing like the things that they claim they're defending. Like, hey, let's like rape is bad. Meanwhile, somebody is making a video about how seeing their father hit their mother is rape to them. And I'm like, dude, come on.
Mm-hmm.
It's like
I was raped when my brother called a girl a slut. I was like,
I remember that video. Oh God.
That friggin' video
hurts my eyes. My leg. Oh, my leg. That's bad. That's horrible.
Offends me. And I think maybe you guys probably feel the same way, but what really offends me about that is I've got loved ones and friends and loved ones who have suffered horrific sexual violence.
Yeah, same here.
And you know, like if I could find the people who did it, I'd skin them slowly alive and horrifically torture them to death. and then to hear these people go, oh, he looked at me on the train, I was raped. You go, fuck you.
Yeah.
Fuck everything about you to think that you can claim that label that is so torturing and destructive. I mean, I know people, you know, like years and years, you know, down the line, you just say a word or a situation slightly looks like it, they're a quivering, weeping mess. You're going to go, this isn't what happens based on microaggressions or fucking manspreading on the train. These things do not. One thing is not like the other. You can't just say it's take this umbrella. You know, they're doing it with violence now. It used to be now it's violent. Everything's violence. If it's against you, it's violence.
Yeah, apparently, according to Sarkeesian, like everything is, you know, sexist. Yeah. Everything's misogynist.
Saying you suck is violent. Oh yeah, everything's sexist, racist, so yeah, including you then. Yeah.
Exactly.
There is a lot of truth to that. Everyone's a little bit racist, but it doesn't mean everyone's a bigot. It just means we've all got, you know.
Yeah, you have, you know, innate preferences. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, like I'm thinking like for like some forensics class, and they said I forgot it was it's called the cross race effect, where if somebody's witnessing a crime and if they're the same race as the person they're witnessing doing the crime, they'll easily distinguish that person from the suspects. Say they just like line up all the suspects and there's only one of them. One of them is the one who committed the crime. And let's say the person who committed the crime was Hispanic, let's just say, and I'm Hispanic. It's easier for me to distinguish him from everybody else because he's my race. And if he's somebody else's race, it's harder to distinguish. So that is innate. That is not a social construct. Like
it is. And I've seen people who have claimed that makes, you know, like children, even babies, racist because
they have those articles.
They have a preference for women that look like their mother. So therefore, they on average, let's just assume that the child is the same ethnicity as the mother, then they're going to have an innate closeness to people who are their ethnicity. That doesn't make them bad. That doesn't make them racist. It means that that's what they know. And when they get older, so yeah, obviously there's kind of things that they said they find it true. People find it difficult to differentiate. They also find it hard to emotion. They find it harder to detect emotion in faces of people that are drastically
Yeah.
completely different from them. That is a biological reality, but it's part of that because we're a tribal species. We're used to kind of surviving in small tribes and packs and the like. That's how we've evolved. We've evolved to notice otherness, and socially we are learning and conditioning to not make those things a factor in our decision making. But that doesn't mean that innately you don't go. That's why people kind of they want a group. They want, this is my identity. This is who I identify with. And often it's people. The easiest one is people who look like you, and that's subconscious and that's innate. That's part of our survival technique.
Actually, I just like an idea hit me of the next frontier of SJWs, and I just thought about what about other species? We can't really see them separate. We usually confuse them with other animals. I confuse my cat with some other cat.
Well,
aren't speciesist, man?
Aren't there already people who identify as animals?
Oh my god.
Yeah. I'm pretty. I mean, we already have the transracial people, so I mean, we do have the people who identify as animals. Like they'll say,
we now have trans disabled people too.
Oh yeah, I remember that transabled. Oh my god, the one guy.
There's an article. There was an article the other day. This woman had her eyesight taken out medically.
Yeah,
because she really wanted to be blind. I've got blind friends. That's fucking insulting.
Yeah, when I sometimes I take people's comments seriously on the internet. I actually think they're being serious, but later they come to me and say, "Nah, man, I was just being sarcastic. You're stupid for believing that I was being honest." And the thing is that how am I stupid for believing you're not being sarcastic if people have said even worse things than what you have said? We have people who believe that the Earth is flat. Come on.
I mean, it is really hard to distinguish between people who are joking nowadays and people who are actually serious about, especially stuff concerning gender and identity and all that stuff. So,
usually it's usually I think that sarcasm is more appropriate when either in real life situations or if you actually know somebody and know their views. And that's how you actually know if they're being sarcastic. But if someone confuses you for being honest, there's no reason to bash on him for believing that.
No, I did a thing. I posted in light of the recent shooting. I posted a tweet saying that have you noticed how all of these school shootings happen at schools? We should stop education. Obviously, just poking fun at the people who kind of their first response is not, oh, that's horrible. Their first response is, how can I get political capital out of this?
Yeah,
the tragedy.
The thing
my mockery is based on just mocking that idea. Your first reaction is, how can I push my agenda on this tragedy? And so I was mocking that. The amount of people who thought I was being serious. I had loads of people, and some of them who were just I let them believe it, and some of them I was like, I understand why, but I just want you to know that was a joke. I get it that I'm really sarcastic, and that I'm going to be charitable and just let you know I was joking, because you're really trying to earnestly argue with me that the school has the fact that it was a school had nothing to do with it, and I'm like, no, it doesn't. It's a place where people congregate, therefore it's a site where these things can happen, and of course it's where a lot of kids do their socialization, so it's where their angst can be focused. So that's why it's a location where violence can happen. We get that. It's not the school's fault. Fuck's sake. And then some people were like, yeah, there should be more homeschooling. I was like, seriously, you're taking me a bit too seriously.
Yeah,
it was a glib comment.
Weren't there after that mass shooting, didn't the police officers and everything say not to release the guy's name, so we don't fetishize this entire crime, and every news agency just went digging for the name and exactly who the guy was, and playing into exactly what he wanted after having killed everyone. I think there were logs saying that he's going to be remembered forever and all this stuff after he goes on his killing spree, and it is an idea that we kind of I don't know, push in this culture, I guess. As soon as you do something bad, you're all over the news, you become famous. But it's
harder to get noticed when you're doing something good than when you're doing something bad.
It's the glorification of criminals.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
glorifying everything bad. That's all our news is about lately, or has been about for years.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that, doing that is actually making more people do it, but
Yeah,
I mean, it just gives crazy people more incentive to, I
yeah.
don't know.
Or just the idea alone.
Yeah, it's just, they're already going to do it anyway, so I guess it doesn't
Yeah.
really make sense to say that either, because that kind of goes back down to the same argument where you can
And then
say,
especially like gets like some media outlets money if they make something completely fucking. Like if they just say, "Oh, this is a racist school shooting," even though there's not much evidence to support it, people
Mhm.
actually eat that up, and that's kind of harmful. Yeah, like with Gamergate, I like agree a lot with Gamergate, but I also think that this is also a bigger issue in general with media.
yeah,
But I think Gamergate is a good place to start just because it's a small industry in comparison to like the general news.
yeah, it's just since all the corruption and everything happened in news media, or in gaming news media, it seems like the corruption in other forms of media has been a lot more overt to me. I don't know. Like I've always
Yeah,
known the
apparent.
media was corrupt, but it's just like now that I'm actually digging into a lot of this stuff because I used to not really pay attention to news media or anything like that. I mean,
Yeah,
just live in my own little bubble and just let everyone live how they want to live and whatever. But now that I actually like really delve into this stuff, it's pretty frightening. Like the stuff that they try to push and just all of the misinformation that they purport as truth. It's crazy.
yeah, and it's like after Gamergate, it kind of made me a little bit more paranoid because like I see in Twitter not like the majority of the people who are using the Gamergate hashtag are not misogynist white neckbeards and spreading out like misogynistic hate and whatnot.
Mhm.
I recall the first time I went into Twitter and actually like tried to figure out what Gamergate was. I saw a bunch of people using the hashtag and saying do not go overboard, do not like get too angry, to just educate the people who are asking questions or if they're being like mean to you. And I'm just like, this is you just need to go to Twitter in order to find out if like what this Gamergate hashtag is about. And these fucking huge ass media corporations like they don't have the audacity to even check Twitter to like verify.
Yeah, yeah. Did you see the SPJ? The talk about Gamergate.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Did you see? The one guy he's asking him. He's like, how should we go about learning what Gamergate is? And everybody's just like, go on Twitter and ask them. It's just like, what else do you need to do? Honestly.
It's pretty simple, and I mean it's understandable that like that Twitter is not the only place that Gamergate activity
Mhm.
happens, but I think it's a pretty good place that you could find out. And I mean, I guess if you just make a poll, like in general for Twitter or for any other website, and I think multiple websites have to take part of this poll. If they take part of this poll, I'm pretty sure you would find the response, like the answer that Gamergate is not really a harassment movement.
Yeah, yeah. I remember that poll. I think it was like a lot less than 1% was actually harassment tweets. It was just a non-issue. So
Yeah, that's like, and that really paranoid me because like there are huge ass fucking issues in the world, and the fact that this minor issue just
yes,
takes like conflated and with just so simple research. I mean, it's kind of it does make me paranoid about like the news of like actual violence in like say the Middle East or something like that. It's paranoid me.
yeah. You just have to take everything with a grain of salt. Honestly,
Yeah,
just
and it's hard because like, this is something that I could sympathize with even people who actually believe we're a hate movement because not everything you see on the news you will actually verify for yourself. Nobody has that much time. Like
mhm.
you don't have time to verify if what your textbook is saying is true about Egypt. You're not going to go to Egypt and like examine the fossils and whatnot. So I could understand, but there has to be like some sort of investigation by somebody's part, and it's understandable that people don't take part in it. I mean, I myself am pretty uninformed in the subjects, but
Mhm.
I think I mean, just going on Twitter, like you can just find your news there, but you have to also take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah, yeah. All right. So, I think we've kind of nailed that SJW stuff for quite a while. So let's kind of try to move on to gaming journalism, if you guys are okay with that. Unless unless you want to go on with SJW stuff.
There is one SJW related. It was related to an earlier question that we didn't fully flesh out, and that was kind of the idea about how this will with us about the impact on AAA gaming.
Oh yeah.
To bring that back, just a quick thought that I had at the time is that the thing is that the AAA industry is not where innovation is often made.
Mm-hmm.
It's often where they have the money and the budget and the time to create big products, but often they don't invent anything. There's not very often like when something comes out like that's why people made such a big deal, other than the marketing push. But like Shadows of Mordor innovated by having an idea of having particular orcs that were like the Nemesis system, although they sold advertising space but that was like, there aren't many games where you go, oh, that's actually an innovation. Oh wow, that's a thing that doesn't exist, that hasn't existed before. The idea of getting a random orc and him giving him a name and making him chase you down, and he changes his stats depending on how you kill him, and like, oh okay, that's actually an innovation. I can't think of many like here. What are the Call of Duty have had since Modern Warfare?
Jetpacks.
Not many.
Jetpacks.
Yeah, but they're just stuff they've lifted off other games.
Yeah.
There's not really been. I suppose the Nazi zombies. They did Nazi zombies in World at War. That was a thing.
Oh, wall running.
But like,
Can't run the thing.
yeah, but they robbed from Titanfall.
Yeah.
Like Titanfall, but it was the same. Like the fact that a team of people split off to make two separate games, and they both have wall running and jetpacks and shit. I can't ever think you guys were talking to each other. But the thing is that.
Yeah, continue.
Oh, sorry. No, what I was going to say is that the thing is that the reason that this is an issue with the industry is that the indie clique, the indie scene is kind of where a lot of these new ideas come from. It's where trends are set, things like procedural generation and stuff like that. The sandbox games all became popular because Minecraft was so popular. Crafting became popular because of that. All these kind of different things all coming together because of certain indie games having huge success and having a huge audience. Between that and sort of the YouTube sort of machine building certain games to be monsters, that's how you influence what the AAA games are going to be in a few years' time. What's big in the indie scene and what all the kids are into now. Like what's kind of emerging now. They'll take they'll put it in their games. So the problem is that if the only people that are getting the press and are getting the attention are these vapid, talentless people who are just interested in being in a clique, then it's going to impact how long-term we have innovation and positive things in the industry.
Mm-hmm.
Because the wells run dry. All the people who did start doing elsewhere, or they've failed. No one's picked them up for their ideas haven't picked off. Why do I know the game? I get this call every day. Why do I even know that piece of shit MS Paint game exists? I shouldn't even know that thing exists. There are probably 1,000 indie games far more worthy of my time that I don't know the name of, and I'm heavily invested in the gaming community, and I still miss games that I would probably like to play. So how is it going to happen to the ill-informed consumer, and how's it going to happen to the marketers because basically the big marketers at large AAA companies go, oh, that seems to be popular, put that in a game. Or it obviously means that the developers kind of play a game and they go, oh, I'm going to do this, I want to put this in my game, and that's where it happens a few years down the line, and we're definitely going to end up with the less, and we're already lacking innovation in the industry.
Oh yes.
I mean the best games that have come out recently have either been like what are the best games Capcom have come out with recently? Two of games that were already released.
Yes.
Devil May Cry 4 and Resident Evil 1 remake. Great, look, you did those.
And to an extent, worse.
Yeah.
To an extent.
Like how have you not created a new thing? No one's creating new things. Aren't being created. We're just going back to nostalgia because nostalgia is popular right now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's good, but we need these kind of like really experimental indie developers to be successful if they've got good ideas, and I don't care what their personal politics are, but as long as they're making the best experiences, then let that influence the industry.
Yeah.
And let's not. I heard something about Zoe Quinn was potentially going to be was looking at a job interview with BioWare, and I was like, what?
Really?
For what? For fucking what?
Depression Quest.
Game.
Did you play it? Did you?
Oh, I couldn't face it.
Oh my god, I played through the entire thing.
I just seen Sargon of Akkad like play it over because I couldn't play it myself. I'm first of all like just seeing a bunch of words in front of me. I just don't want to read it. And no matter how pretty the fucking UI or the music is, I just like
the music was
I don't care
garbage.
about reading this.
It was garbage. It was absolute garbage.
I remember when you played I forgot what game it was, but you basically I remember the comment. You set your name as a rape culture.
Oh yeah. I forgot what that one was
great.
called.
I wouldn't be able to play that game alone. I just need that's how I get my information, from watching other people play it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just afraid. Like, well, no, I don't know. I don't think it's very likely, but I'm kind of afraid of like things like walking simulators becoming really popular,
I feel
and
like they
eventually, yeah, eventually like AAA games are going to be just all freaking walking simulators, and it's just it's
Nah,
gonna,
man, pretty graphics, bro.
yeah, it's just like, you just walk around. It's, this is something that I kind of wanted to get into anyway. So I mean, it kind of has to do with gaming journalism, and it kind of has to do with this. So, I'm gonna quote a quote unquote gaming journalism or gaming journalist rather, and his name is Phil Owen, who has recently garnered like attention with his book WTF is Wrong with Video Games. There was like this entire controversy surrounding him in an article published on Polygon promoting the book, and Gaming Anarchist actually did a video on this. So yeah, so I've gone through the first chapter of his book, and what I found to be particularly interesting were his views on gaming as art, and I believe that his thoughts on the issue kind of reflects like the sort of mindset that a lot of these progressive ideologues have in the realm of gaming journalism. So I'm just going to read the excerpt, and I guess we can discuss from there. So here we go. From Phil Owen, and I quote, "The idea of gameplay as instituted by game developers seems more concerned with preventing you from participating in the art. If the gameplay is itself part of the art, then that's fine, and there are some games that you could argue are like that. But endless repetitive shooting or dungeon crawls rarely fit the bill. Instead, the gameplay is merely a substanceless activity that just exists. In other media, we would say that having a large and prominent, totally meaningless component constitutes bad art. In games, we say that's just how it's done. Maybe games are art, and maybe they aren't, but if they are, nearly all of them are ineffective at being art." So, what do you guys think of that? Like, I'll just let you go before I say anything.
Oh god. Hang on, I'm gonna take a week. This is horrible.
Well, I'll just like get my thoughts out there. I mean, what he's essentially saying here is that the very thing that makes gaming unique, the interactivity and mechanical complexity, is what prevents it from being a true art form. So instead of like attempting to expand upon the properties that makes gaming unique, he looks to force gaming to be more like other forms of art, which essentially kills its identity. I don't understand how someone can claim to be like a gaming journalist whilst finding the gaming part or the gameplay part of video games to be distasteful waste of time and energy. Like, how does that happen? How is this guy in the industry? And like, I'm like all for diverse opinions about video games, but to say gameplay is substanceless, monotonous, ancillary garbage that holds gaming back is ludicrous in my view. So, yeah, and we have like mainstream websites promoting this idea that gameplay is holding games back, and some of these people are the individuals who are reviewing our games currently and rating them really low. So like, is it really any surprise that the vacuous, pandering, substanceless walking simulators like Gone Home are critically acclaimed, when this is the atmosphere being created by these journalists. Like, they want gaming to be taken seriously so badly.
So
I don't know. I'll just let you guys go because I'm gonna have a hissy fit.
So it sounds like these guys want a medium, or this guy anyway, whoever, where you can take the gameplay out of gaming and you would just have, I don't know, a movie,
Yes.
a friggin' TV show. You're writing about the wrong thing. What the hell makes games games? Oh, because you can play them. Otherwise, you're watching a fucking movie or you're a TV show or something like it's idiocy. I can see why you probably got smoke coming out your ears right now, 'cause I do too. Like, what the fuck? It doesn't make sense. Don't talk about gaming. Don't review it. Go be a movie critic. Go fucking be a show. Like, watch TV. I don't friggin' know. It just doesn't make sense. Without the gaming, there is no gaming. It's simple.
I think I think an important part to sort of keep in mind, in my view, I don't know, it's kind of like my justification for the way that these people are, I guess. But again, I think that they want gaming to be taken seriously so badly to validate like their career choices, or because obviously these people are kind of ashamed to be in the gaming industry, and they have no particular like fondness for gaming as a medium. So they do like The Last of Us comes out, it's like, oh yeah, the Citizen Kane of video games, freaking Gone Home. It's like, oh, this indie showcase, it's so progressive and amazing, and you play these games and they're so flawed and just so faulty, and the story even though Last of Us, I mean, I do enjoy aspects of the story and everything, but it wasn't like the greatest thing I've ever experienced in my life. Like, you hear this stuff from these people and it's like they created like the new orgasm with The Last of Us. It's just, how does that I just don't understand where, like, why I don't know. Again, I think it's just to validate their own feeling of insecurity for not being able to make it as like movie reviewers or music reviewers or whatever's popular with kids these days. I have no idea, but yeah, that's just my idea on that.
Go ahead.
Well, first of all, if you just take the content, the narrative content of their games, and just put it on a book, you would have people rating that book very poorly in the first place. Go on.
Yeah, especially with stuff like Gone Home. I mean, you go to like the gay and lesbian section of like books or bookstores or whatever, and you'll find that exact story told in a way, in a far better and more interesting manner than it was in Gone Home. So once again, I'll just let you guys comment upon it. I'm just going to check the chat really quick.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the case. I think they really want to be trend. They really want to be a good thing, or not a good thing. The thing that makes me feel a bit happy about these situations is if you compare The Last of Us and Gone Home are two examples of games that the industry absolutely pushed to the moon. Mm-hmm. And at least we can say that Gone Home didn't actually sell all that much in the grand scheme of things. It wasn't actually a major success. Last of Us was, even though that game, I got some enjoyment from it, but it has deep, deep flaws.
Yes.
The AI just took me out of that game so much, as did the some bits of it, like specifically the AI. And then they're like, oh, it's okay. We fixed that by making that no one detects you unless you set an alert mode. No one can detect your partner. And you go, yeah, but they're running around like dicks in front of zombies, like obviously, and that breaks my immersion of the tension of a stealth section. So yeah, you've clearly got a fucked mechanic, and you're like, oh, the AI is shit. What are we gonna do? I know. Let's just remove the ability of the characters to detect your partner when they're not in alert phase. Let's just change that. I heard that as a reason to kind of mitigate the problem. So you go, oh well, that's fine. It's fine because they fixed it by doing that. Go, yeah, that's just a workaround for really shit AI.
I think it would have been better if if your partner's just stuck behind you, kind of like Sonic and Tails, like back in the day. It wouldn't have broken my immersion.
They hide in a bin. They hide
Yeah.
in the bin until like you've cleared the area or you've got through it, and then they magically appear just behind you. I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
I'm fine. Just do that.
I think this is actually kind of.
I say that wasn't a bad game. It was just
It wasn't at all.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Exactly. It's yeah, go on.
Oh, sorry. Real quick, it's funny. I never played The Last of Us. Around that time, I had like really had no faith left in game journalism or game rating at that point anyway. And then this game comes out, and like one of the things that just stopped me dead in my tracks from playing it is I keep seeing these articles or these like graphs showing of its greatness, and it's on like a scale with like Metal Gear Solid, what was it, Final Fantasy VII, Zelda, like all these
Zelda, yeah.
games that have stood the test of time. And it's like, this game hasn't even been out for a month. Why the hell is it even being declared anything with like these games? And it's like continuously after that. So like I never played that game because I was just so deterred because of it. It didn't belong on that graph. It didn't even belong in the same novel as those other games, in my opinion. I mean, though, yeah, I don't know. I've never played it. But like all these games that
it
just
had
start
a
coming out,
giraffe.
like,
10 out of 10.
yeah, we see how far 10 out of 10s actually get games nowadays, though.
Yep.
And then like I remember right after that, I think it was after that, like Dishonored came out. Dishonored's supposed to be this amazing game where you could do this, go anywhere, blah blah blah, and it was like such a linear game that it was ridiculous, and you really couldn't go and do what you wanted, no matter what the path was already pushed for you. And it was really like the art style of it was a copy anyway. I mean, like I was kind of over all that like new age steampunk Renaissance style looking stuff. I guess I can't speak for everybody in that one, but like all these games that just keep coming out and they're so good and they're so good and this and that, and it's like, no, these games aren't. And even if they're okay, you can't compare them with these other games that are actually great.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I just wanted to get that out real quick because The Last of Us still just pisses me off just remembering that graph.
Mamad Dial. I'm not sure if that's how I pronounced your name. Sorry if I butchered it, but he brings up Godhead and Anarchy Range, the reviews. And I recall seeing today Gone Home speedrun. It's like 40-something seconds, and of course it's satire, but I read the description, and it's from a friend of mine, I guess you could say, Mike Kobayashi. He's really good at God Hand. And he says, meanwhile, God Hand gets a 3 out of 10. And I mean, it just, like, it sunk in. I was kind of pissed off for a while. I was like, dude, like, you're just walking around and making vague interpretations of what is happening in this house. Meanwhile, you have God Hand that has really fucking good mechanics and getting rated horribly. For what a game is supposed to be. A game is supposed to be about gameplay, not exactly about story.
I think God Hand's such a good example because it so showed the years ago when it happened. It just shows how out of touch some of these people are when it comes to what people are looking for. Because God Hand is for my money one of the best brawler games ever. I just love it. The fact that you can design your own combos, and it's depressing that the only other game I know that can do that is Remember Me.
Yeah.
That sucks that's a thing. Which other game can do that? I don't know. Remember, why did no one pick that up as a brilliant idea? Just you know, just a 3D brawler where you can design your own combo strings based on assigning different moves. That's amazing. Build your own fighter. That's a great game. But the fact that they so didn't understand it, you know, they didn't get that. Obviously, it's the most Japanese thing ever. Yeah, it's for the chinchillas and cheesy music and
Yes.
gay jokes and stuff. Like it's so Japanese, and they saw this sort of garish, ridiculous, cartoony thing and went, "Oh, no one would like this. What a piece of shit!" And then people played it and went, "This game's fucking amazing." What did you get out of it when you played it? When you spent your time reviewing it? Like clearly, you're not a gamer because. Anyone who was really into gaming at the time that God Hand came out and played God Hand, well, even now it holds up as a really good game.
Yeah, it does. I adore God Hand.
To claim a game in the genre that it's in, you might not like the genre, you might not like the aesthetic or the humor, but to say it's a bad game for what it is, like no, it's perfect for what it's designed to be. there's very little that I'd improve in it that I want to see changed. It's really fucking good.
Yeah, all I honestly want to see is more combos, like more moves. That's it. Like just make a second one. Just don't really change anything. Just add more stuff to it, and I'm good. It's just, yeah, that is a perfect example because that's kind of what got me like, or what made me wary of game reviewers in the first place. I was just like, I picked up God Hand the day it came out, and I'm like, what? 3 out of 10? Really? How does this happen? It's just so interesting and intricate, and I think the issue is that they're more interested in a game like, pushing theme like thematically as opposed to pushing like mechanics. So I don't know. I guess that's where the disparity comes from. They're more interested in theme than mechanics. So
yeah, I would agree a lot.
I think
that.
so. If
Continue.
or when they are, they're focusing on totally on the wrong things. I mean, look at how the press has covered MGS5.
yeah,
And again, from coming from a huge fanboy of the series, like what I find really like the most hilarious thing is the way they respond to Quiet is so funny because then you can easily go, okay, have you never seen the boss Sniper Wolf or Eva or all the other characters that are dressed in almost exactly as skimpy a way? And you're going off on one like they've gone too far this time, have they? Have they really? Have you not? Someone made an image. Someone literally made an image I saw yesterday where they took an image of like Sniper Wolf and Eva and the boss, and then like put it next to Quiet, and then you had like fine. What's the video game? Oh my god, she's in a bra. It's like that's that's not how the game series has always been. Like the aesthetic of Quiet is the most MGS thing about that game.
yeah.
It's the most Metal Gear. It's the most Metal Gear Solid that game has got to offer.
I do have to say about like Quiet. I'm a huge fan of Metal Gear, not MGS5, but I'm a huge fan of the whole franchise besides MGS5. But there are certain scenes, like I totally understand why they have Quiet, the character she is, how she looks. I have no problem with that. I do feel, and I can't believe I'm going to say this, that there are certain points where they have her do things that don't make sense. Like in the helicopter when she's literally dropping her rack in front of your face and then wiggling her ass in front of you.
Well, she's into you. She's into you, though.
I think that's also that is kind of just. I mean, I know it's not really an excuse, but like Kojima doesn't need an excuse to do what he does. But like he's just a perv. It's there because it's there. Trying to justify it with a bullshit, like he made the reason for the skin and everything, but it's not in a way that would be like, oh well, that makes perfect sense. You're gonna go, well, no, you wanted to have a character in a thong and a bra, and you wanted to have an opportunity to have her like wave her tits in your face because you're a perv. Just say it. I did it because she's a perv, and I like to have sexy women in my games. Therefore,
I have no problem with it really, but that's something that you can see that people can bitch about. It is kind of an understanding complaint. I'm just talking about in the helicopter scene. Not like
those things are a bit silly. To kind of to go off on his reason for the fact that, and what made me laugh is that they got the whole thing wrong when they said, oh, but she's like the End, but the End's not in. I saw some people saying, oh, well, the End's not in a thong, and I went, yeah, but the reason the End photosynthesizes, she doesn't breathe through his skin. Mm-hmm. It's a bullshit excuse. I'll grant you, it's a bullshit excuse. But the reason she has her skin exposed is because she breathes through it, not because she photosynthesizes through it. She does like the End because that's just a linking it to MGS3 because that's how again he likes to reference himself. That's the beauty of the series. And look at MGS4. It's just reference cutscene the game.
Yeah, it's one giant reference. I love it though. I love it.
Look at it's like all the stuff like where they end up with like the sorrow in that boss battle, bloody with the screaming mantis, with bloody like puppet and the sorrow. And it's just like this is just him going, remember this. And then they even like brought back having Psychomantis do the whole read your memory card thing, and then going, what? There's no memory card. That was just glorious in referencing for people who like the series, and like, and the one thing I just found funny is that you can make the like, okay, that was tacky. I could totally, I see. There's plenty of reasons the way you can call Kojima's work up for tackiness. There's a ton of it. Look at MGS1. If you when you first meet Meryl, if you get her within a certain amount, if you join her in the bathroom within a certain amount of time, she's in her underwear when you go in for no reason, just because why not? He did that because he's a perv. Just
Yes.
he does that. It's why he added posters of FHM girls on the inside of and had
Yeah,
loads of wanking jokes, and you can distract guards with porn. There's no justifiable reason beyond he's a perv, and that's fine to be like, okay, I just find that tasteless. That's totally fine but what I found funny was the way that they assumed it wasn't in keeping with all the other shit he's already done.
Mm-hmm.
It might have gone like there's certainly bits, certainly the bit in the helicopter where like she's sitting there like just bearing her ass at you, just like, oh, for fuck's sake. Like no female and like 12-year-olds are excited by this. That's just fucking ludicrous. So like in a perfect world, I'd like some of his despite how much I like Kojima's work, I'd like some of his stuff to have been occasionally just gone, do you know what, maybe don't do that. It doesn't add anything for me. But then, he can do what the fuck he likes. But it's so weird that in of itself is the most Metal Gear thing in that game.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else is obviously they got reference. They threw in references. Even when people try to basically claim that all the stuff that was taken from basically it's a sequel to Peace, more of a sequel to Peace Walker than to anything else. I don't know, I love Peace Walker, but the fact that they claimed, the new thing, the Fulton recovery system, I was like, what, like Peace Walker?
Yeah.
Like this is new. This is new. It's not new. It's building on Peace Walker. That's what it's doing.
The thing that really bothered me about the reviews, obviously, the boot camp stuff that happened. But besides that, I mean, especially with the people who are criticizing Quiet, like, I don't mind that criticism. I'm fine with it. Like, if you don't like it, you don't like it. But the thing is, no one talked about how disjointed the game is. They didn't talk about how incomplete it was. They just didn't talk about how it has, like, almost no narrative cohesion to it. Like, this would have been good stuff to talk about in a game review,
Yeah.
Like,
and that's the thing, that the Metal Gear Solid series is built on narrative cohesion.
Yes.
It's, in some cases, you take the case of 4, everything, like, that's all it is, almost.
Mm-hmm.
The gameplay is such a fraction of the length of the game in comparison to all of the cutscenes. I mean, that's kind of... He's just made a Metal Gear film, in essence. A lot of it is very minimalist with regards to the gameplay. And to me, I really like the long, drawn-out exposition, and I felt like it was missing.
Yes,
Because it was. Like, I like that over-the-top ridiculous. Why were there? Why was there not a scene where Venom Snake's at the top of a hill and he's there going, a 1975 Jeep from, like, where's all that shit? Where's that? A Hind D? No, it's just a helicopter. Where's all that, like, over the top ridiculous description of stuff and going, oh, it's a, like, just all the military jargon that I don't, like, really care about, but I enjoy the fact that that's all the stuff that I love about the series. And then you mix that with weird kind of conspiracy theory, and then mix it with weird sci-fi stuff. But when you obfuscate the story in the way that they did, and it's like, oh, how to not know even to know the story of the game unless you've played it a certain way and got certain information.
Mm-hmm.
I can kind of understand that there's a certain extent that, like, and before every mission telling you what enemies you're going to face. That's a fucking... I know he wants to make it into a TV series, but that was fucking annoying. To be told, boss battle.
Yeah, I eventually started looking away from the screen until the chopper landed, because I didn't want to be spoiled.
Yeah, I was like, oh, you're gonna come across the skull unit? Okay, great, thanks for telling me that. Why, like that's an aesthetic choice that was a silly choice. It was they wanted to make it into a TV series kind of aesthetic, but I personally thought it was stupid. So I don't like that. I don't like that choice. Criticize the arse out of that. Criticize the arse out of the fact that the plot is so threadbare in comparison to the other series. Let's say that some of the references are just cause Metal Gear.
Yeah. Like,
some of them they just threw in, let's try and link it together. Oh, Dido's got an eye patch. He's only got one eye. Why? Because fuck it, why not? It's Big Boss's dogs who's got one eye. Like, some of this it's just fucking stupid. Why that? Why did you do that? Could have given him a prosthetic leg instead.
That would have been cooler, actually.
Yeah, I'd have done that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Take it
that
out.
would have been awesome.
Like he's lost a leg in an IED, and then you save him, and then like they put a prosthetic leg on him, and he can.
But yeah, like they didn't even talk about how repetitive the gameplay gets as well, and all of the just waiting. Like the game revels.
Level design. Fuck the level design.
The game revels in wasting your time. Honestly, I have to wait like 3 hours for a sniper rifle to be made, like in-game hours. Like what? But yeah, you can go on about the level design now.
Oh, but yeah, that's the thing. I was really hoping for there to be at least an area that was in some way at least comparable to like a Shadow Moses or something. There was nothing like that. The fact they were like the level maps, they were so small. And the first, yeah, you're right. The way that they made you like take the first level, your first African mission, where you got to you got to go after the water pump, the oil pump.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, so you creep through one little village, and then you travel for like a kilometer, and then you come across an open area with a couple of different players in, and that's the map. And like that's the map. It's expansive and all, but like the gameplay areas were so minimal and so uninspired.
Yeah,
And granted, I'm thankful that I don't have to go on a lift journey for like 10 minutes each way to get a key card.
yes.
Well, that's a welcome addition. That's not in the game, but like shit, where's the kind of Metroidvania style game that made 1 and 2 and so good? Obviously 3 they kind of moved away a bit from that. The level design was good. The individual levels were good. They were just self-contained.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to see a big shell. I want to see a Shadow Moses. That's why I liked with 4 when they just brought back Shadow Moses and went, let's just bring Shadow Moses back. Because again, because reference.
They did an excellent job with that too.
It's a and it's a well designed. It's a well designed area. It's a well designed. Well, it's got some sublime design. And there's no design in MGS5. It's just like here's a building. It's got 3 rooms, and you could go. There's a door there and a door there, and there's a hole in the roof. That's their level design. And I was like, that's piss weak.
Yeah, and it takes like 5 hours just to get to the mission drop points too. Well, the mission points anyway. Like, the bad level design areas, because the rest of the map is just barren wasteland of nothing to do and nothing to scout out or anything of that nature. So, I don't know. Like I would have preferred it if the game was like Peace Walker, where they just throw you into the mission. Like in this, you just get thrown into this area, and the areas would have been able to be like they would have been able to design more interesting levels that way instead of wasting all their time making an open world, because the open world is impressive initially, but after you've traversed the wasteland for like 5 hours, just like, can I just get the chopper to drop me exactly where I need to be so I don't have to trek like all this way just to get to this mission where I need to snipe this one guy in order to complete it over and over again. It's just, I don't know.
Yeah, I also think that again, you're right. The world design, the build of the actual world itself, the big big world areas are beautiful open worlds.
Mm-hmm.
But and the one thing that and what other games do to pad that out, I don't personally like. But like, look at the way that Ubisoft, god damn it, the way they do with their maps, they just litter them with stupid fucking side quests and collectibles everywhere, and that's what makes those open world games like they keep people playing them. Whereas with 5, it's mostly just nothing. Like it's just you go there from traveling from A to B, which does kind of get in. Which does kind of then you get to the world. So is it an open world because they want it to be an open world? Because obviously 3 was kind of pushing that way, and obviously had those just a load of interconnecting maps to make a kind of an attempt at an open world. But it's odd because obviously some cases it's like I don't want any more. I didn't want them to put the side quest crap in, but the size of the world almost necessitated something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I know they had the animal hunt. Obviously, there's the animal hunting. That kind of is in there. But yeah, I'd rather a really well designed, contained level, or just area than a big topographical map with some buildings scattered around it.
Yeah, I wouldn't have even minded it if they had, created like an area that's just for the story. They'll still have all like the side quests and everything like that, but there's just like this one mission for the main story, and it lasts for like 15 hours or whatever, and you go through it, and all the story cutscenes and everything happens. Then once you finish that, you're able to go into the open world and just waste time developing weapons and all that stuff. I don't know. I would have just preferred more distinct and I guess linear game design, honestly, because to me linear game design is better than like open world stuff for the most part.
Yeah, they talk about open world. It's too linear. What's wrong with a good game design? Is fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
And it's granted, there's open world and there's open world. Like there's Dark Souls open world and there's Assassin's Creed open world. They're two very different kinds of open world game. But I point out here in the chat here, Cyber always made a point about game style, and yeah, they made a big advertising thing that they adapt to how you play.
Mm-hmm.
But what they do, from what I discovered, is that if you say you headshot people a lot. So I mean, I play, I've always, because it's MGS, I play non-lethal because I always have played non-lethal. So a lot of trank shots to the head and chokeouts, or just stealthing past them.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, then they start kind of, then they start deploying some of them with helmets, when you just shoot them in the face instead of the top of the head. But then the only kind of concession to that is so they give them different equipment. But if you're playing the what are they called, the ops, where you send your men off to do stuff, you just immediately counteract that immediately, because you go, oh look, destroy the helmet cache. Oh, they haven't got any helmets anymore. Destroy the night vision. So if you're proactively doing that, you just circumvent all of the AI growth.
Yep.
Whereas if it was just a thing that, like, well, yeah, you've shot X number of people in the head, they're all going to wear, one in every two is going to be wearing a helmet now, so fuck you. Or, well, you've been evil techniques, right? Well, they're all going to be wearing Kevlar. If it got to the point that they used it as a hardness kind of meter, that there was no way around it either, that it was like, oh right, okay, so now you always do nighttime insertions, they've all got night vision.
Yeah.
If it were to then limit your style to go like, you can that's no longer in your arsenal. If it, to use an example, a weird example would be the fight in Arkham City, where you had to do the takedowns, but if you did the takedown once, you get away with it. You do it twice, the game slaps you in the face and goes, fuck you, you've done that once.
Oh yeah.
Do something different. That was a novel way of doing it, and to apply that to kind of the whole game world would be really useful. To go, no, you can't just choke me out. You dick! They've all got like iron. They've all got kind of like iron things around their necks now. You can't choke them out. Or they've all designed that they'll move in such a way that they cover each other's backs. That there's always a one guard looking at another guard from behind, so you have to either take them all out or stealth around the whole lot of them. Something.
Yeah.
No, some of them wear helmets now. I hope you don't do this mission that we've highlighted you to do, where you destroy all their helmets. Yeah, thanks for that.
All right. Yeah. So that's essentially game reviews, I guess. Went off ranting about Metal Gear for like 5 hours. I knew that was going to happen because I know we're like all fans of Metal Gear, and it's just it's just so disappointing. But yeah, I guess since we're like almost a little over 2 hours now, I guess we'll just kind of try to talk about one more thing, and then we'll just call it a day, I guess, or a night. And the thing that I kind of want to touch upon is the idea of like representation. So there's a lot of talk about how certain type of people, whether they're like of a certain race or sexual orientation or gender, are underrepresented in video games, and they claim that since there's a lack of those kinds of people, marginalized people, that causes there to be like a lack of parity when it comes to game consumption. And we get people, trying to like retroactively change characters to suit their own needs. Like, recently with Brianna Wu trying to make Samus a trans character.
That was coming.
Yeah. So like they use this idea of like underrepresentation to kind of override authorial intent. So like what I'd like to know is whether or not you guys feel that representation is like really important to the games that you play and to the industry at large. And I'd also like to know whether or not you guys like actually identify with the characters that you play. Like if it's important, if the character has your skin color or personality or anything like that, like does it really make a difference to you? But yeah, I'll leave it open to you guys.
Whatsoever.
Okay, so do you need representation in games? I say no. Like you obviously need it in something like government, but in gaming, like you don't really get anything out of it or anything like taken away from you. Like there's absolutely no point. I mean, I've again like I haven't really played Bayonetta, but I mean, like just seeing the combat system, I would play Bayonetta even though she's a female. I don't care. Like as long as the game handles well. And the only thing I care about is gameplay, not how I identify with the character. Mm-hmm. And of course, if you identify with a character to a certain extent, you will love that character more. But to say it's absolutely necessary as if it was like some sort of movie, it's just like no. And also even. There are some characters in movies or in books or literature that aren't exactly you don't really associate with to the degree that you would associate with let's say for me, like I could associate with Dante. I like Peaks or some shit like that. And some of the best characters are characters that you don't fully associate with. There might be a few things here and there that like connect you to them, and that is what makes some works of literature interesting. You don't have to be 100% like this character, or like have the same skin color. It doesn't make a difference to the personality of a character.
Yeah, I agree there because I mean, one of my favorite characters, well, not necessarily in gaming, but like on TV, is Walter White from Breaking Bad, and you know I don't identify with him like at all, but it's just really interesting to watch him and his thought process and the way he justifies his actions to himself, and you know just seeing him descend into darkness, it's just really interesting. I don't care if the character, and you know this goes like across the board, like in fiction. I don't care if the characters at all like me, if they're my color, because I honestly don't notice.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, I don't think that really matters in terms of anything, like as far as whether or not it's really interesting to watch or interesting to play, especially when it comes to video games, because if the game mechanics are sound, it doesn't even, you know, I could be playing My Little Pony, but if those mechanics are deep and layered, I'm going to play that game to death because, you know, it's fun. So.
Hey, Fighting is Magic was a good game. Did you ever see that? They did an engine. They made Fighting is Magic. A 2D MLP fighting game. That was actually quite good.
I actually didn't play it, but I did see trailers where it did look pretty good.
It was kind of cool. It ended up with a cease and desist from Hasbro, but it was kind of a cool idea to have people just beat the shit out of each other in like 2D sprite ponies.
For goodness sake, like a lot of people like play Skullgirls and they're guys, so I don't see the problem.
I was literally playing Skullgirls before this call started.
Nice.
One thing I think that I feel like these people, because the people who kind of getting this role within gaming as academics, none of them are any good. None of them seem to come from any kind of like decent sociological or scientific background. They all seem to be quacks. So when they talk about identifying with a character, they genuinely think, "Do you look like the character?" Mm-hmm. Is what identifying with the character means, rather than having a trait that you can go, I recognize that trait. like Walter White's interesting because like Walter White's a good example because like I don't identify with Walter White, but I understand Walter White.
Yes.
And there are things about him that makes him compelling. I like the fact that you can see that it's a case study of like this is what happens to a man who's desperate to be masculine but is such a fucking loser and is willing to go to whatever lengths to assert his manhood. Yeah. And the fact that he lies to himself, and obviously sort of spoil Breaking Bad, but like, you know, obviously the fact that he lies to himself so much and he makes these excuses and he just goes so big because he's so desperate to be seen as a man because he's such a downtrodden little dweeb. Like you see in the first episode, he's laughable.
Yeah,
That's the
yeah.
point. And then and then by the end he becomes frightening, and then he kind of goes from frightening to almost pathetic.
Yeah,
It's an interesting mission, like it's an interesting path of even like at his big how he ends. He's still like, you pathetic piece of shit. Like that was literally that's what you did with your life. You could have got out. You could have ended. Literally, you could have just asked your friend to pay for your cancer treatment in like, what was it, like episode 5 or something.
yeah.
you could have like, this whole thing was about, and you did it. And you found excuses to be a dick because it made you feel like you were powerful, and that you don't have to like. And the only people who can identify with that is sociopaths.
Yes.
But people identify with it because they understand a microcosm of it, of what it's like to feel powerless, what it's like to feel unpopular and powerless, and wanting to be powerful. And that's the whole point of. That's why one of the reasons Breaking Bad is so popular, because people underdog sort of try and become powerful, and then you kind of go, oh shit, he's frightening. Like as a human being, he's messed up. Although you like him although he can be funny, so it kind of makes him personal that way.
Yeah.
But I have very little in common with Walter White other than a background in science, and I share a skin tone. Neither of those things mean that's why I'm endeared to that character. It's just like, but essentially it makes so many examples of games where you just like the character. You don't identify with them.
Yeah, exactly.
If I play RPGs, I don't know. Sometimes I design the character around me. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes if I'm doing like a fighting game where it has a create your own fighter, sometimes I make it look like me, sometimes I don't. Just depends on my mood at the time.
Yeah.
They definitely don't understand what identify with a character means, because fine, okay. Are most characters in most video games fairly generic white dudes? Yeah, mostly. Does it really matter? No. Would I quite like a bit more variety? Yeah, I would, for the sake of just aesthetics and interestingness. Yeah, I would. Although it makes me laugh about the whole trans argument is, you could argue that Samus is trans to be blue in the face, but can't, in theory, any male or female character be trans?
Yeah, pretty much.
Headcanon. Make them... unless it explicitly says they were not transitioned, in the sort of like, make it in your own headcanon. Fine, everyone. Fine, my Dark Soul. Fine, the Chosen Undead was a transgender. Like that's fine. It doesn't matter. But maybe we should be telling these people that identity, you are, and it doesn't matter as much as the person that you are. Some identifiable characteristic like skin color or sexuality or taste in whatever. Your character should matter. Beyond that, nothing else really does.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think everybody could.
And maybe that's what they should be teaching people, rather than saying, "I must be represented."
Exactly. I think everybody could.
Just
see.
snorting at the phrase "Duke Nukem is obviously trans." He is so desperate to be thought of as a man.
He's loaded in testosterone, like
Nobody
a bunch of
can
steroids.
Born Brendan Newcomb. That's his dead name.
Hasn't gotten out of the closet yet. I think we could all see the hypocrisy. Like you're saying that we need more diversity in gaming solely for the sake of diversity, and the sake of something so stupid as like skin color or like gender. It doesn't really matter, and these are the same people who would say that racism, like sexism, is bad. Like, you're becoming the same person you're going against.
Yeah. Again, it's projection. It's just they think a certain way, and I don't know. It's kind of like I always go back to religion. It's like when people find out you don't believe in anything, and then they're like, well, why don't you just go and kill people then? And I'm just like, well, why would I do that? And then they say, well, I would do that because there's no higher moral authority. So to them, it's just like, if we don't have these things in place, then, bad things are going to happen. People are going to do bad things. So it's just...
That says more about you you think
Yes.
about me.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Like, oh, sorry, because you can make that's the funny thing. Because so that counter argument is, well, so I grew up in a society that was built on Christian values. So the things that you're telling me, I don't need a belief in anything to have those values because they're part of the culture I grew up in.
Mm-hmm.
So I hold those values. I don't need a magic sky wizard to believe those things.
Yes.
I believe I have a certain morality, and that's informed by a Judeo-Christian culture. Don't need the religion to have that.
Yeah.
Again, that the people that really, really need it. I mean, you believe or not, or, you can't prove or disprove either way. So have whatever faith you want.
Mm-hmm.
But if you need it, if you need a guarantee to not skin a puppy, maybe if your God's real, he wouldn't let you in anyway.
Yes.
Because surely he knows. Surely that's the argument that they know your heart, and if you're an evil person who would I'd totally rape and murder if I could get away with it. You'd be like, yeah, well, you're fucking evil. Some of us have a moral standard.
Yeah, and the other thing is, everyone has a different moral standard. Even when you're religious, every single, you ask two different religious people, they have different, things that will, trigger them, I suppose, for the lack of a better term. Some people will, steal if no one is around, or, some people won't. And just, it doesn't matter whether or not you have the religion. It's just your character as a person that really matters. But, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, those people who say that you can't get morality without religion, I mean, the fact that most of the Christians nowadays just nitpick what they want and leave away something like stoning your wife if she's not a virgin. I mean, you obviously leave them out. Why do you leave them out? Because of the social norms? That seems pretty obvious.
Yeah, it's one of those things, and also I think, especially when it comes to Christianity, obviously, which I know most about, being Western culture, going to Catholic childhood, so I understand the religion. I understand the religion well, and I don't know any two people who hold the same beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
Any two Christians, or let alone Catholics, or let alone just any Christians who hold the exact same beliefs. My mum will profess to be being a Catholic, but when I was a teenager and went on holiday and I was 15 years old, put a big pack of condoms in my bag on the off chance that I had sex with somebody. I was like, shouldn't you be telling me not to do that rather than opening my bag and going, oh look, what? Why have I got those in my bag? And I was like, well, I'd rather be safe than sorry. Well, sorry, isn't that against your beliefs? That I shouldn't be, and even if I did, I shouldn't be using those. As a Catholic, I shouldn't be doing it. One,
yeah.
And secondly, I shouldn't be doing it with those things. I'm damned both ways. If you believe that shit, you're sending me to hell, Mum. What if I died before I got back and went to confession? I'd be fucked.
Just pray to God during the act.
Believe it. I must have made that argument with my aunt once, who just denies the fact. I said, look, you kind of you pick and choose, and I don't think you truly believe. If you really believed what you claimed you believed, I don't really think you do. I think you just want to identify with it, and you want to have certain things, but there's certain things that you just cannot believe because you're not mental.
Yeah.
I mean,
you're not crazy. You don't believe these things.
Do you? I don't know. I kind of get the feeling that as horrendous as they are, the Westboro Baptist Church follows the teachings of Christianity
exactly.
the closest.
Exactly.
I've heard people argue that they're the things to true Christians.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I have a hard time arguing against that, honestly. It's just
It made me. I
I
thought about another parallel. Obviously, with my mum being a Catholic. I was like, okay, so the core differences between the Protestant, the Church of England. We have the Church of England, which is the Protestant Catholics in the UK. So the main difference is they believe that divorce is okay, that you can have condoms if you like, and that biscuits don't turn into magic Jews.
Nice.
But my mum doesn't really believe any of those three things. So I could say well, sorry, you're divorced. You've used you full well had no problems teaching me that contraception was a good thing, and I don't think you actually believe that wines someone's blood. So you don't believe any of those three tenets that differentiate the religion that you differentiate, which is the state religion, is the Church of England, and you don't follow the state religion. You follow Catholicism, but you don't believe any of the things that differentiate the two churches. So you're just making this shit up, really, aren't you? You're just choosing to believe. Well, I was told that's what I was as a child, and therefore I identify with it. Fine. Don't bullshit that you believe everything that's tied into that, because you clearly don't, because you wear mixed fabrics.
Yeah, some people don't even like read their whole Bible. I'd say most of them.
Yeah, likely.
When was the last time you saw that someone was a good Christian was saying that they should take a raped child and sell them to their rapist for 5 pieces of silver?
Yeah.
Like, I've never seen anybody say that was a good idea. Not even the most crazy of Christians has not said that was that's in the. Sorry, that's part of that's in everything in Leviticus. Pretty much made it into the three major world religions holy books, and no one follows them unless they're just barbarous assholes.
Mm-hmm.
Although, what I was thinking originally, the best question to ask any Christian is to ask who Joseph's father was, because it's directly contradicted within 2 different books of the New Testament, and it's hilarious watching people try and scramble for that, because there's two different books. They have like the genealogy of Jesus, but it's the genealogy of Joseph, who's not even meant to be his dad.
Yeah,
which is fucking hilarious to me. But it's like this begat so and so, begat so and so, begat this one called Booz of Bracab, which is hilarious. Booz of Bracab, and it's like begat Joseph, who wasn't actually Jesus' dad. So that's what the fuck. You're establishing a bloodline to King David that doesn't exist because he's a stepdad.
Yeah.
There's those self-evident things, just and that's fine. They can just because people will they'll choose to believe what they want to believe rather than go, well, sorry, I can't, because that just makes me laugh. That's just so stupid. I can't take it seriously. If you can not take it seriously and still call yourself that, fine. That's on you.
For religion, you usually have to force yourself to believe rather than just believing it. Because my mother, for example, she's a hardcore Christian. She usually says like, oh, "Why don't you believe in God?" or something like that. And it's like, Mom, I don't choose to not believe in God. I choose it. I don't choose to not believe in something. It's just like, if the evidence is there, I'm going to believe in it. It's not something that I could just delude myself to believe. I can't do that.
Mm-hmm. It comes from a sense of making yourself comfortable, and a lot of people feel comfortable believing in a delusion. But exactly. It makes me really uncomfortable to know that, when I'm proven wrong, I'm just like, Jesus, I thought about this for a while and I thought this was right. Yeah. And it's fun. It's good that I'm proven wrong, because I'm glad that I am, because I want to learn. I want to know what the truth is. But I just can't delude myself to continue believing in something that I know is wrong, that people have shown me is wrong. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't give me comfort at all.
And some people have believed these things for their whole lives, and when they come to that realization, they're like, wow, I just wasted my life.
Yeah.
And obviously some of them didn't exactly waste their life completely. Some of them have done terrible things to mankind, but the idea of praying, you wasted a couple times doing that. A bit of time.
Yeah, but I don't know, I guess we can kind of circle this around back to SJWs and the whole ideology that they follow. I mean, it's not based upon any sort of logical evidence. Is based upon making yourself feel good, essentially.
Yeah, exactly.
You want to be a good person, therefore you should believe these things. If you don't, then you're a terrible person. Why are you criticizing me?
And I feel like they are insecure about it. They try to do this hardcore as fuck, and then other people, they don't want to appear bigoted. So if they have a bad thought, they're like, oh no, fuck, I don't want to become this bigoted person. It's almost I don't know, it's almost it's kind of a bad analogy, but it's almost like a psychopath thinking, hey man, I want to kill this guy, and you not a psychopath, like a schizophrenic saying, hey man, you have to kill this, and the schizophrenic is like, nah, I don't want to do this. And I feel like social justice warriors are like, I don't know how to explain it, but they want to be as pure as possible, and they go at great lengths to stay as pure as possible.
It's
That's the thing. The tenets of their of social justice, which is not the tenets of liberalism and decency, but it is a religion to these people. That's why they're willing to do anything to uphold it. They just are so desperate.
Yeah, and I think it's even
to
worse.
protect.
I feel like to an extent it's even worse because like I think I remember seeing a podcast with GolDLocZ and
oh yeah, GATSAT is awesome.
I forgot but I remember TJ I think it was I forgot the name of his channel.
Amazing Atheist.
Yeah, Amazing Atheist says that he tackles subjects of different varieties, and he says that he tackles religion. And religious people go ahead and like argue with him, but when it comes to like SJWs, they just block him. And I think that says a lot. That's to an extent even worse than religious beliefs.
Yeah,
That's the thing. I do think that they know inherently that their positions are indefensible.
Yeah,
That's why they seek to censor other people. That's why they do what they do. They can't defend their stupidity. Like as I said right at the beginning of this conversation, where they're saying that they can't hold a consistent view on what they think about transgenderism because they can't hold a coherent view about gender. So they're so inconsistent that they go against their own dogma because they're just desperate. They are like religious zealots. But it's like they're more like creationists than they are the religious people because they just because you can, I mean, like with religion, it ultimately comes down to, well, I believe something that can't be proved.
it's faith.
By definition, therefore, my faith can't touch it. You can't disprove my faith because it's impossible to prove. And you go, okay, well, this argument's over. There's no argument to be had here. You're believing something that I can't disprove and you can't prove. So, fine, you believe that, I don't. That's the only place that argument can go. But when you're arguing about, say you're arguing evolution versus creationism, try and argue and pick holes in, say, evolutionary theory, and then you come up to the fact that your arguments are stupid and they can be debunked very quickly, and they kind of go, oh, it's just a theory. Yeah, theory of evolution is just a theory. Has more evidence for it than the theory of gravitation.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
We accept these things as true because based on the information that we have. That's what theory is. Doesn't mean I reckon. I just reckon monkeys turned into people. That's exactly what it was. That's exactly the theory of evolution. I reckon monkeys became people, you know. Which one of my grandparents fucked a monkey? Ha ha ha. You just that's showing you don't understand the theory. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my God,
Christian Bale was Batman. Atheist Bale wasn't. Checkmate.
I'm really proud that my school taught me evolution because oh my God, that would have been horrible if I didn't.
It weirds me out that I went to a Catholic school and I was taught evolution.
Oh really?
Yeah, but no problem. We just taught science. I went ahead, did my qualification. Went off and studied science at university and everything. I went to a Catholic school all the way through to university, and I had a priest teach me biology. Because I was at a proper Catholic school that literally had like priests that lived in the school, and so I had quite a number of. I had an English teacher that was a priest. I had a biology teacher, a physics teacher that was a priest. They were all qualified. They just happened to be priests, and they taught the curriculum and they taught the science. And when anyone occasionally people used to ask them about what about God, and he's like, well, none of this precludes a belief in God. Evolution doesn't preclude a belief in God. Because when you believe that God created things, well, evolution is a way of describing what I believe God created.
Yeah.
End of argument. Like that's like a priest can diffuse that in seconds. It amazes me that, and I don't know if people in America realize it's pretty much only America this argument happens.
Yeah.
There's a few like crazy faith schools. I know there's a couple of faith schools in the UK that refuse to teach it. They're really fringe cases. It's not like whole swathes of the country are trying to assert that the biblical truth should trump science or be treated with equal weight.
Yeah, I
It
think
weirds me out because nowhere else really thinks that.
and that's funny because like the U.S. like explicitly like there should be a separation of church and state. Yet it is one of the more religious countries, and I think around 50% of the population believe that evolution is not real or something like that.
I like the fact that they people talk about how like we're Christian, and I was like, what? You mean like people like Thomas Paine? Who wrote the first debunking of the Bible in English? It's like, are you serious? You're going to play the game that he was a it's like, what? Yeah, but it was also a load of slave owners who wrote the words "all men are created equal." So to assume that the fact that separation of very good reason because they came from a country where the head of the state was the head of the church. And that gave that was obviously that's the thing that when the kind of you look historically the background that a lot of the people came on and became the founding became the founding fathers of America. A lot of them came from England, and they came there where there was a king. It was essentially God's chosen king. By definition, was chosen by God, was the head of the church, and was that was the political landscape at the time. It's not anymore. Now we just wave them, just poke them in front of people all around the world. People wave at. But that was the thing at the time. So of course they wanted to remove the deific status of the government, and then ironically, of course, you have people who practically worship the government, which is I find that really weird. And then they go, if you don't, you're un-American. I was like, really? Because I know I'm not an American, but from my perspective, you should be seeing your government as a functional thing, and certainly not as something that you're meant to believe in with some kind of religious fervor. I find that weird.
The thing is, there was never anything. The only thing that ever mentions separation of church and state in our history is the letters by Benjamin Franklin. It was never in the Constitution. That's just a common misconception that people tend to believe.
That's why they. Although that was an underlying principle, because it's not written in the Constitution strictly, that's where you got the wiggle room. Is that why that happens?
It's just that it was never there. It was a suggestion written by Benjamin Franklin in the letters that he wrote.
Right.
I forget exactly what it was, honestly, but it was never actually in it. He thought it should be in there, but it never was in there.
So it was more that it was a principle of one or a number of the people involved, but was never really enacted. That makes sense. Something I learn something new every day.
I stand corrected.
And that's what it sucks, because I had to look that up because I was like, yeah, there's supposed to be a separation. Oh no, there's not. Fuck.
Oh, that's just a principle that people agree with. That sucks. That sucks.
I mean, you could say that it's part of the implied parts of the Constitution.
I suppose you could argue it's a core value of some of the founding fathers of the country, but it's not.
Yeah, and also
it's not a tenant.
Yeah, and also that no religion was really favored.
Yeah, that I think was what was that in there about something? There was something about no one religion over the others, but honestly, I can't remember.
Which again, because the Puritan background of so many of the early settlers, coming from a country that had the head of the state was the head of the church that they weren't part of, which is what caused the civil war in the UK sort of slightly further down the line, is that it was literally an army headed by a Puritan and to overthrow the king.
I think if they actually did throw that into the Constitution, we would be a completely different country nowadays, but instead we have Westboro.
Although ironically, surely the biggest religion in America is America.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It does feel a bit like a religion.
Yeah, it's just all the jingoism and everything. I can't take it, honestly.
I felt so strange when I was living in Boston. Like, and when I was living in the city, it wasn't something I noticed. It's when I went out to suburbia and I noticed just quite how many there were. I was like, "There's a lot of flags."
Yeah.
You know, that's not normal. Well, it's not normal for me, and it's not like that's very odd for me. Going around seeing like these flagpoles in the front garden, I was like, do they know they live in America? I'm just curious. But like again, obviously, it's a cultural thing to show national, and it's a way of showing national pride. But we only tend to do it for like sporting tournaments and when really drunk. You go to like a really poor area with like really kind of like poor like social housing, and there's like a football tournament on. You found like the houses are covered in like St. George Cross, and they get really upset when you tell them he wasn't English. And you go, he was on.
All right. Before we end it, one thing I wanted to ask. Well, touching on like religion and ideology and everything like that, because one of the biggest things that always worried me is just like the groupthink that people have, and that's the reason that I was kind of put off by religion, because there's like, I ask questions and no one can really ask me or answer me. It's just like, well, no one knows that. I'm just like, well, I mean, shouldn't people know why this is happening? So, the groupthink that I guess, I don't know, satiates like parts of society. It really worries me, especially when it comes to like these ideologues. Like,
Yeah.
a lot of these people claim to be like atheists and skeptical thinkers and all these things. Like, not that being atheist means anything, honestly, because
Yeah.
it's just, it just means you don't believe in a god. There's nothing else that comes along with it. But they claim to be these skeptical thinkers, and they're skeptical thinkers about everything else besides their ideology.
Free
And-
thinkers.
Yeah, and it just worries me, like, what is wrong with society that so many of us are so willing to
Yeah.
fall into this sort of groupthink? And is it that, is it the matter of comfort that I was talking about earlier, where, it just makes them feel good to be part of a group, to feel like they're doing the right thing, to feel like they're righteous? Or, is there something that we can do to stop people from being like this and think for themselves and actually, weigh
I
the pros
think-
and cons of ideas and everything like that? I don't know.
I think I've kind of been. I hate English, actually. I hate reading. I hate literature. I think it's just a waste of time when the schools are teaching me this. And when I was thinking about this, I thought, like, instead of like teaching people how to properly argue or how to have like rational debates and how to think rationally for yourself, you don't see that a lot in schools. Like you see, for instance, read about this book and argue for this side. And if you make the most shitty arguments but still present some sort of evidence, even though that evidence isn't consistent with what you're claiming, or if you're using some sort of fallacies, you're still going to pass the test or like a project. So I think that's something that like the educational system should like focus on, because this is kind of like what happens when people can't think for themselves, can't really question authority, or can't really see what is a fallacy or how to argue. And I think that's one of the sources of the problem. And as you said, like these group thinking makes you feel comfortable, makes you feel like, hey, these people agree with me in these issues, and I don't really like I'm not feeling kind of like my thoughts being questioned, even though that's a good thing. So that's basically what I think.
Mm-hmm.
It's the want to belong. Everybody believe, like, yeah, I completely forgot where I was going with that. Next.
And I mean, you could definitely see like
Oh my god.
you could definitely see the
Not-
issue that this brings.
Mm-hmm.
But, like it's really scary sometimes, because like with groupthink you have mass hysteria and like things of like post 9/11 or witch hunts or like the
Yeah.
Red Scare. That is scary, and I mean, like I imagine like myself being put into like these situations and how can you be safe while questioning like this group mentality at the same time? And it's something that people really need to work against.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I guess there's this kind of underlying fear of being casted out of the group because that's, part of human psychology, If you're casted out of the group, back, millions of years ago or whatever, you're pretty much screwed because you're not going to survive.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I don't know. It's just this unquestioning way that people are and the moral outrage that they have for things that aren't really actual issues. I mean, there are so many issues that we need to deal with in society, but they are focused on these innocuous things, these immaterial ideas that don't harm anyone really. I mean, they call them microaggressions, and they say you unconsciously are affected. Yeah, you unconsciously offended them, and they're in turn unconsciously affected by it. Well, if it's all unconscious, then does it really matter? Like I don't know. It's just
microaggressions. Such a bullshit term.
Everything's a microaggression. I can't say anything.
Fucking.
I love it when you kind of say to if you say to someone who in English isn't their first language and you compliment on their English, that's a microaggression.
Yes,
because a lot of people I know quite enjoy being praised for their skill in a language that's not their primary one. Well, one of my best friends speaks like 5 languages and English is his third, and he always like asks me for pointers and wants like my praise for like ask him how he's getting on and if is he doing things all right. And like just he really likes to be like, no, you're really good at it, and it's like it's hard to people who even the native speakers to pick up fault in you, and they're like, I'm sorry, I shouldn't be giving you any microaggressions. I just realised I'm marginalising you and being deeply racist by. Did you see the other day? Well, not the other day. It's happened a couple of times that it's apparently a microaggression to correct the spelling of black people.
I have
in
not
America
seen that
because obviously they're like going to be ghetto and they can't spell, so when they misspell stuff, like
Jeez.
What the fuck are you doing? Like, they're basically saying that if like you're in a school and the kids like writing in not writing in correct English, not using good grammar. Apparently, you're not allowed to correct him because you're gonna go what? But what if it was like? But then what if like some sort of suburban white kids started doing the same thing? Like, would that be that they then mark them down? Like, I don't understand. It's a silly argument. Could you not just go? Maybe we'd like to teach you that these are the ways you can. This is how you can say certain things. This is when written down. You want to differently? That's great, but that's how the language works when written.
Actually, they actually would, reprimand the white person for not spelling something right.
Probably call it cultural appropriation.
Yeah, yeah, because I remember
cultural appropriation. Why is that coming out of America? That's what I want to understand. It's like out of America. You're in America for fuck's sake. Well, you complain about cultural appropriation when you have and obviously all culture is made up, it's all evolved, but like when you consider it that like for what is like ancient history to say like in the United States is modern history to pretty much everywhere else. And so to think of like, oh, this happened 200 years ago, you kind of like that's still like that's in no way kind of ancient history to so because it's essentially a new and obviously all country boundaries changed everything, but America in of itself is such a major kind of global nation to kind of claim that like it's cultural appropriation. To go, your national dish is fucking pizza. What are you talking about? Cultural appropriation. Our natural dishes are in the UK. Our national dish used to be kind of considered fish and chips. It's now curry. Has been for decades now. It is a curry. Primary choice of like British meal. It's like that's considered like I'm pretty sure that didn't come out of England. I'm pretty sure curries didn't come out of England. I'm just saying. I'm sorry. Am I oppressing you with these onion bargees? To be ridiculous. Like the cultures change, cultures evolve. That's what's good about culture. It's organic. Culture is just what people do. And when people mix and people do stuff, they share culture. That's a good thing. I don't understand why all of a sudden it's like, right, 2015, let's partition off every particular group and have them just live in isolation.
Yeah, it's just a means of stagnation for all of us, honestly. Like, how do we progress as a species without appropriating other ideas from other cultures?
I'd appreciate that. That's literally the absolute secret to the growth of the United States as a country.
Mm-hmm.
Was different people from different cultures and different nationalities and different backgrounds going together to a massive political and global geopolitical powerhouse. That doesn't happen in you see the way kind of, although socially say things have changed in the UK. If you look at kind of the cultural differences in mass culture, about how things have changed in hundreds of years. Still quite happy with the monarchy. People never really gave a shit about the king or queen at the time. Haven't really, then we never did. That was always kind of the argument that in most monarchies, people who aren't in monarchies kind of see it as alien, but to us it's just, there's a king. No one really cares. They don't actually get involved in what we do. But you can see that to mix all those different cultures together, and also and to mix those with ideals,
Mm-hmm.
with no, and so literally people could come in straight at the top and go, right. Obviously, they're speaking out of self-interest, but they could put their ideals into place, and that's really good to have done that. I think that is that is cultural appropriation, but it's not a bad thing, for God's sake. Might have done, just because each country has got good and bad things about it doesn't mean that it's evolving culturally as some kind of bad thing.
Yeah, I mean, who came up with the word in the first place is what I'm wondering.
Oh, God, I don't know.
Jesus. Such a ridiculous
Can't
term.
wear a kimono. Did anyone see that whole thing?
Yes,
the
yes, I did.
Museum? And then there were a load of Japanese people turning up, counter-protesting, saying, put on a kimono, you fucks. That's so funny. That's so weird. You can't wear. I'm half Chinese, and I find this racist. I am Japanese. Put the kimono on. I think, if anything, Japanese people are probably very, very glad that that right now, certainly in a lot of the West, that certain cultural things are particularly profitable. And they can sell them, create them, and sell them to the West.
Mm-hmm.
It's like how Australia was in the 80s. You could sell cork hats and inflatable crocodiles and stuff all around the world based on Paul Hogan. I nobody remembers Crocodile Dundee. I'm far too old.
Oh, yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
that was a really big thing for a while.
Yeah, it was.
All of a sudden, Australian culture became a big thing because it became a focus of Hollywood, and that's a big cultural trendsetter.
What happened to Australia? They ban everything now.
Oh God, I think it's so funny. It's so funny to think a country that was kind of formed by Britain sending all the criminals there is all of a sudden desperate and obsessed about things oh God, just really weird stuff. Like, oh no, there's banning games, and then only just put in a ban Saints Row 4. I think there's
really?
a lot of other games that are just banning it. Yeah, because you could take drugs in it. You're
Wow.
allowed to take drugs. Yeah. According to the Australian census, if you take drugs and nothing bad happens to you, that's a ban. That's an instant ban.
Jeez.
Whereas at least you can understand. Germany's like, if liquor's in it, we don't want it. Fair enough. That's easier, but we don't want a game with Nazis in.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough. That's a very.
Aren't they not even allowed to really talk about Nazis or something? I remember hearing
that used to be the case. Well, because it wasn't all that long ago that Germany was split in half, and half of it was owned by Russia.
Mm-hmm.
So you had literally the Berlin Wall, and on one side obviously having the USSR, and the other side being Germany, and it's true that for decades they historically wouldn't teach you about the Second World War. They were just completely wiped from the history books until very recently. Mein Kampf was illegal as a book. I think they've allowed it to be sold now for educational purposes or something, but it's not currently for sale. But things like the Wolfenstein games have all been none of them are for sale in Germany.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
you can't have a swastika. It's banned as an image in Germany. There's a number of other bits because I mean I understand why they're kind of like okay that was some horrible shit and none of us want to be associated with it because it was horrible. Fair enough. I wouldn't either. You can imagine that would be. Go
ahead.
Sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna say it's kind of like what they're trying to do with the rebel flag here.
Yeah,
Yeah, but that's the thing. They don't have the same. I mean, you can make the argument that obviously that there's couched in racism and all that kind of gubbins, and of course there is, and of course there are people who use it as a racist logo, but at the same time, you can't hold the same baggage because on the back of like one guy who was a psycho who killed people has been seen in a photo with it is not cause. Is not a valid reason. If it was being actively used as a flag to rally people around to lynch people, maybe you could have an argument. Maybe they could say, look, there's a load of people walking around with a rebel flag, hanging people in the street. Right, well then make it a symbol of make it a hate symbol and ban it, and anyone wearing it arrest them because they're part of a criminal group. That would be like, okay, you can't wear a T-shirt with the ISIS flag on it. Fair enough. You know, that's just that's. But you can't. Yeah, there was just kind of. It was a very. It seemed to, as an outsider to me, it seemed they were very, very quick to just stamp on the flag and go kill the flag. Right, flag's killed.
Yeah, it was really strange.
For what reason exactly? Like, what changed today? Oh well, a racist dude killed people. Well, yeah, he was a dick.
But it's funny what they're trying to use it like the reason. Oh well, it was the Confederate flag. No, it fucking wasn't. It wasn't a Confederate flag. It just happens to be the most famous, popular flag that came out of there. It was Virginia rebel flag or something like that, or Tennessee. I can't exactly remember. I think Tennessee and Virginia used it.
So it wasn't the flag of the Confederacy, was it?
No, it wasn't. It has no. It was just a rebel flag. That's what they ended up calling it. But yeah, it was like for the state militia of I think Virginia or Tennessee. I don't know. I'm probably completely far off, but I know it wasn't the rebel flag. The actual rebel flag.
All I know is we can't have the Dukes of Hazzard anymore.
It's bullshit. Generally, it's awesome. But yeah, so they were trying to say, well, it stood for hate and it stood for the Confederacy because it was the Confederate flag, even though people were like, it was not the Confederate flag. But an interesting thing to point out, when they were trying to get rid of this flag, and other people have made this remark, when they were trying to sneak this flag out and be like, oh no, it's outlawed because of this, blah, 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 all of a sudden you have a new flag that came in. It happened at the same time when gay marriage was legalized. So now it's like, fly this flag, but don't like this flag. And I just thought that was kind of funny that they quickly swapped out one flag for the other. And I mean, I'm all for people's rights. Like, by all means, you should get married. Everybody should deserve to be absolutely miserable. I was, but anyway. but yeah, it's just funny how they snuck that flag out and snuck this flag in. Just something I noticed.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly what it was that caused the banning of the flag. Was it just like social media pressure, or were people actually like picketing and stuff?
I think there was one crazy racist dude who just went off on a shooting spree. I think
it was on a church.
Don't.
I think.
Yeah.
Dylan Roof guy, and then of course. And then there was a thing where wasn't there an episode of The Daily Show the next day, and Jon Stewart did a big rant about how there's the Confederate flag is on street signs and stuff, and that's the problem. It's like really because I'd imagine it's probably more alienation and not socializing people with mental illness, probably a major factor. Because from the sounds of it, the guy was like opposing while he was doing it. Did you hear this? That he was like. He sat there and talked with them for an hour at a prayer group, and then was like, "I'm sorry, I have to do this. You're raping and killing our women." This crazy little fuck no one had spoken to him. No one had like educated him on this 1950s propaganda shit is needs to is bollocks. There's a reason these people are good, because those people don't deserve to die and have done nothing wrong. That's why you don't kill them.
Mm-hmm.
You're not these go find a rapist and shoot him. Oh, no one's going to argue with you. You were shooting up so some people would.
I think mainly the reason why they do this is shooters in general is because they can't really combine every single bad person and just put them in the room and kill them all. I think they just do that to an extent, some of them, because they're too stupid and too lazy.
It really annoys me that, as soon as someone does something horrible, and anything they're associated with automatically becomes the reason that they were the way they were. So in this case, it's just like, this flag is the reason that he went on a killing spree. Ban it. This guy used to play video games. That's the reason he went on a killing spree. Ban this video game. It's just, what is wrong with us?
The funny part about it is it's like, they're complaining, well, it's racism, it's our bad history, it's this or that. It's just a bunch of white people fucking bitching about it.
Yes.
And meanwhile, you got I lived in the South for a little, I think a little over a year, down in Georgia. Plenty of black people down there have rebel flag tattoos. Everybody is proud of the history down there in the South. It's a proud people. Sure, not great in some terms, Westboro Baptist Church, but and it's always funny because it's always these people who have nothing to do with it, no connection whatsoever, and they're the ones that are the biggest advocates for getting rid of that. Mm-hmm. Let's stop gaming. Let's do that. It's like you have no part of this. Why are you the biggest advocate for it?
I also kind of imagine that if you lived, if you're from the South and you see all the kind of media and you kind of see that history and media just portrays you as a bunch of racist monsters or inbred hillbillies, I'd understand that you'd want to rally against that and want to be proud of your heritage. The same way that a lot of people who would wear religious iconography or dress in a certain way, even though they that way because they want to as a middle finger and well, fuck you, I'm proud, I have no reason to be ashamed of who I am. I feel like you people are shaming me, so fuck you. I'm going to fly this particular flag. It's even if they may not agree with anything to do with it, it's just a case of this is a flag that denotes my identity, and I want to defend it. Which again, all comes down to shared identity. Again, it all comes down to attacking people based on a shared identity, rather than saying, "Well, fine, do you want to attack people based on their actions?" But no, it's very easy to just go, the South, it's all full of fucking inbred racists. I'm sure there's some inbred racists there, but you wonder why these people are defensive, because they feel like you think they're all a bunch of fucking monsters. No shit, they're fucking defensive. I would be. No, that's why gamers are so defensive. No, we're not fucking serious. You guys know about the block bot, not the block list. We know the block bot that they put you on for is the Atheism Plus one.
Oh yeah.
They nominate you for.
Mm-hmm.
My nominations for that, they actually didn't hold it up. I'm not actually on that block bot, but the nominations I got were from days before the Gamergate hashtag existed. Or it might be the days it did exist, when I was basically saying that gamers are not terrorists and they're generally just people and don't demonize people on their interests. Literally, those tweets to say gamers are not dangerous, they're not terrorists. This is this is all hyperbole. Kind of just treat people with respect. Those literal quotes saying that people were like, put it on the block bot. I'm like, what? For literally saying don't dehumanize people. One of the three is literally saying don't dehumanize people. You are a person. You have feelings and thoughts. Do not dehumanize anybody. And that was sent on the block bot of a dangerous fucking harasser on the internet. Because I dared to say maybe don't slam people for an identity. Maybe just judge people based on what they do.
Yeah, exactly. Not generalizing.
Yep,
that is completely anti-PC, man. Not everybody is equal.
Yeah, I agree with that. completely.
That really upsets people when you kind of show that is true. There are some people are better than other people.
Yes.
The overpowered enemy of equality and hell, the whole human race is being PC, is political correctness, because we have to, in order to be equal, you have to treat some people not equal. Some people have to be less equal. That's pretty much kind of how it comes out to.
It's a shame. I think maybe the idea behind it was just maybe don't be a horrible bigot to other people.
Mm-hmm.
And that as a core principle's fine. But then it becomes kind of you're railing against meritocracy and reality and other things.
Yeah. Speaking of like meritocracy, I mean, well, I don't want to go too much into that, but you know, the way that they want everyone treated equally, it just doesn't work, because if we were honestly to sit here and truly treat everyone equally, then, you know, all the like important people in our, you know, specific lives, you know, those people have to be treated the same as, you know, all these strangers, and that's never gonna happen. Like, I'm never gonna, you know, care more about, you know, some random stranger on the street than, you know, my mother or my sister or my girlfriend or anything like that.
I swear I read an article by someone who's quite by the guy Tarek Musa, who's quite prominent in kind of against Gamergate.
Mm-hmm.
He wrote saying that it was bigoted for people to have children on the ground that they are privileging their genes.
Oh my god.
And what they should do is adopt a random crack baby. They should adopt a crack baby, because that crack baby already exists, and you shouldn't create another life, because that, I mean, yeah, you can make the argument, yeah, that's hubris, we've got, you can make the argument, yeah, fine, the world's overpopulated, it's hubris to breed, blah blah blah, yeah, fine, I accept those things. A child anyway. Because yeah, that is hubris. Fuck you. Yeah, I do consider my genes more important than other people's. Fuck you. That's. I'm gonna. I want to pass them on. I'm a biological being. But to kind of then go, oh no, you should adopt a crack baby, because that baby, that argument. But then to go, it's bigoted to treat your children better than you treat not your children. But don't be fucking. Now you're just being fucking stupid. Shut up. That'd be like, sorry, am I gonna? Like, I'm gonna change. I'm gonna wipe everybody else's ass. That's not gonna happen. I'm not paying everybody else's college fees. Fuck that. I'm sorry. I've got my responsibility. You know, I've got my responsibility to look after, and that's based on my genetic ties to my child.
Please donate for my college. I'm in desperate need of money.
I'm still paying off mine. Oh, fuck that. I'm still paying mine off.
Yeah.
Just, yeah, I would.
How can you make that argument? Mind you, this is the same guy who made the argument that is it really bad to fuck dead people?
Really? It was the same guy, really?
Because they're dead. Because I mean, they're dead. So I mean,
oh my god,
it's not really rape.
Necrophilia is fine.
Dead.
It's fine.
Like maybe
But
it's
if you
just
get a couple glove warmers, you'll be good to go.
Yeah. He also did a thing about incest as well. This guy's got some. I think he just likes to make edgy opinions. Of like, is it really that bad? Well, yeah, because you know.
Yeah,
there's inbreeding.
It's
you know,
not only
your kids. You know, seven toes. That's.
Yeah, it's not only the inbreeding angle. It's because, like, especially when it comes to a parent and a child, it's like there's a certain dynamic between a parent and child where, you know, it feels like you're exploiting them.
It absolutely is. I think they were talking about familial kind of incest.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, mostly because most siblings are grossed out by each other for starters. That's one of the reasons why. Because innately, you both see each other as gross.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it works.
And you're like you're not really attracted to them, like they're. I forgot what study it was, but some sort of like hormones, like your sweat or whatnot. Like you could smell it subconsciously, I don't know, on other people, and some people like smell better than others, but your relatives themselves don't really have that appeal.
Is it really? Does it really work that way?
We're designed. I think literally we've got a lot of evolutionary cues evolved to stop us having sex with our family, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why it's horrible.
That way, like, tons of retard babies lie.
Yeah, I understand that.
So,
it's just I've heard about I guess a certain phenomena where the people were separated for a long time, like say a mother has a kid, and then she never sees the kid again until the kid is like 21. I've heard of times where the mother is actually attracted to the kid, and I'm guessing it's because they share similar attributes. I mean, she sees things in them that I don't know, but I've heard where one person is attracted to the other for some odd reason, and if that's the case, then how does how do the hormones kind of override that in that case? Or
Yeah, probably the
yeah,
ass.
I've heard I've heard the same thing about siblings who were raised apart, and when they meet, again later down the line, they have found each other attractive for one reason or another. Again, I think it's because of similar
there's two
attributes.
there's two kind of conflicting evolutionary imperatives there.
Mhm.
One of them is you inherently look for your genes to dominate.
Yeah.
So you look for someone. Then that again, that goes back to the it's racist. No, because you are on a subconscious level looking for someone who whose genes complement yours, so that your child will carry your traits onwards.
Hmm.
So there's the idea of seeing someone who has so much in common with you, that on like a very subconscious level. So there is a bit of competition there with kind of two conflicting things that are kind of in place.
Yeah, that's what,
But
what I was kind of
that's I
wondering
think
about.
we are a mess. We are a mess of contradictions. I mean,
Yes.
that's the whole point. That's how all these different evolutionary cues are all kind of come in place. They're just different methods of making the right selections.
Hmm.
And the idea is that you obviously you I suppose it came out on you're meant to know who your family is,
Hmm.
largely. That's kind of the point. So I think perhaps for a very long time, because we're a pack, we're kind of pack animals, that we can identify our family. So maybe that's why there's that
Yeah,
issue.
yeah. So I was just kind of wondering about
But
that
then
because
so maybe
yeah.
it's more to like, yeah. I wonder if the hormones is to more to weed out wider family rather than immediate family. I'm not sure.
I also wonder, like, since because I do think that a lot of the aversion toward your siblings comes from the fact that you kind of grew up with them as well. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, like, would that still be the case if we had like, adopted kids who are step brothers and sisters, and they grew up together since they were like, 0 or whatever. And would they end up being attracted to each other at all, or would they have that same sort of, again, aversion to each other that normal siblings
I
would?
imagine the aversion's a necessity of survival, isn't it? Because you kind of you're looking to be the dominant child, because you want to get all of the you want all the resources for yourself.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you want your parents' attention, you want their stuff with your siblings. So whether I suppose they're blood siblings or not, you're still trying to get like compete from them. I suppose that's why siblings fight so much, because they're all they're trying to dominate and get what they can from their parents.
Yeah, that makes sense.
There's some weird little cues.
Yeah.
Yeah, like my little brother, like eating all the ice cream from the refrigerator. Right?
I guess I said it before, but I have one more question. I mean, like, I don't know, it's just like it keeps getting like more interesting in my head. So, like, do you think that, I guess, due to how privileged we are, do you think that this is like a natural progression of where society inevitably goes to, where we get these kinds of SJWs and stuff like that, who are really afraid of offending people and are really afraid of having their ideas kind of challenged, where they just want the world to be this happy-go-lucky place where everything they do doesn't have consequences and stuff like that. I mean, do you think that is a product of a privileged society, or I mean, how did this come about? I just like to know your thoughts on it, I guess. If that made any sense, I have no idea. Did it?
I think part of it is like a natural consequence of living in more of a globalized society. I imagine because we've drawn so many national and ethnic lines for thousands and thousands of years, that now we live in a much more global society. I don't think we've... A lot of people don't want it to be a reality, so a lot of people are fighting on it on the grounds that they want to regress to what the world was. I'm not sure you can. I think that the genie's out of the bottle at this point.
Yeah.
I think with like global travel and open borders in certain countries, I don't think you're ever going to. And I think also we've got to the point where we've made enough social progress, certainly in the West, where certain atrocities and the like are all kind of they're not permissible. So I think you're going to get that swing between the the really hardline nationalists, who I suppose in the US they'd be the America crowd.
Yeah.
They'd be and that's for us it's more from the UK. It's more people with like bulldogs tattooed on their face. But yeah, our equivalent of those kind of hicks have literally they've got like bulldog tattoos and like the St. George Cross, and they're just constantly chanting England, England, England. That's what we've got as our like ultra nationalist types. Fucking. And then you who want to kind of be fair, they're fair-minded, but it gets to the point where what they want is a kind of a tyranny, because they all of a sudden discover that for example, I grew up in an area that was a lot of Indian and Pakistani families live where I grew up, and on the whole, it took a couple of generations before there was really any interaction with people outside of their families. They'd be very, very insular. Now that's happened to the point of since like the 50s. We've had a lot of immigration from India and Pakistan, and now it's people are just there's a lot of British people of Indian and Pakistan heritage who are just British people who have maybe certain family and cultural cues, but they're all kind of they're integrated in and they are just fully British. Mm-hmm. And they wouldn't, and some of them they wouldn't even consider, even though they may like spend a number of their time with their family, or may say they still consider themselves British, and they all have certain set of values. And I think that's where I think we should be aiming to go, is integration. And I think the problem is that then you got the argument that of course the people are so desperate to not. There's some people who are like, well, fuck the lot of them, just people who look like me. And then there's people who are like, don't do that. We should let these people, welcome these people in and be nice to them. And there's always going to be that to and fro, I think, because you're going to have one side who are like, because at the same time as well, you're treating people like chess pieces, and people are they're going to be dicky people that do dicky things. So people grabbing onto the worst examples of both sides of any given group and use that as an excuse to fuel their ideology, and it'll just seesaw back and forth. I think now the pendulum's starting to swing away from the sort of really hard socially left attitudes, like that kind of authoritarian left. I think it's at that kind of peak, and people are starting to realise that these people are crazy.
Yeah, I'm hoping so.
And it's going to start swinging back. It might start swinging back to the point where maybe in a generation or so it'll swing back to the point where it's actually there's some stuff that's going on that's probably not very good and should be reined in with some form of political correctness. Mm-hmm. I think that there's. I mean, so I saw a comedian I really like arguing about political correctness, and he said that when he was a kid, the racism in society was so bad. He said there was one Indian kid in his school, and the teacher referred to him as the black spot. On like every day when they did roll call, they called him the black spot. Didn't refer to him by his name, called him the black spot. That sort of shit is disgusting.
Yeah.
Funny. It sounds funny to us, like there's like a joke. You're like, wow, that's ridiculous. That was what would have happened in say the 70s in Britain. So that is not acceptable. So great, we want to find a way to speak in a way that's not cruel like that. But then it gets to the point, oh, you can't. Other people, like, hang on a minute, everyone's another. Don't be ridiculous. Making a stupid argument now, and that's it's going to have that to and fro. So now it's kind of it happened in the 90s. There was a whole anti-PC brigade in the 90s. A load of comedians came out against it. We've swung back, it swung the other way, and now it's kind of swinging back. And again, people are then trying to make law. Now, all of a sudden, people are trying to make laws to say if someone says you committed rape, you should just go to prison. Whether you should prove you didn't, and you go that can't work as a law. So now people are kind of going that your arguments they can't work, and so now kind of like I think it's whoever the majority is looking at the time and going, shut the fuck up, you weirdos.
Yeah.
So I think like if you go back to like say like the 60s and 70s, people were looking at all the kind of like the racist kind of types and the bigots and go horrible, and now they're kind of like looking the other side and going, you people are fucking horrible as well. Stop trying to like push kids to suicide, or you know your ideology is sending children to kill themselves or mutilate their bodies, or you know it's fucked up. Stop it. So I think it's always going to happen that way.
Yeah, the thing is, I mean, they still carry like racism, except it's against the right group this time apparently. You know, against white people. So,
well,
and
white people have historically done all the bad things ever.
Yeah, apparently so. So like they circumvent it by saying, you know, due to the stuff that happened in the past, the people in the present, you know, have to suffer for it. It doesn't make any sense.
I was tempted to. I'm tempted to with this new channel I've got. I'm tempted to make a video to explain, to list a number of terrible atrocities done throughout the world by non-white cultures and blame it on England, and explicitly blame it on white English people, to make some kind of exactly. Well, the reason that happened is this, and like to make some kind of bullshit excuse to try and like blame it on like the whitest people imaginable. Oh yeah, no, well, this happened, but you know. But
yeah, like
realistically, for these reasons, it's the white people are to blame.
Yeah, and then they say historically, you know, due to what happened in the past, white people are more prone to doing these types of things. But how, like, we've all been doing these kinds of things. Like, if you go back in history, like, everybody's family lines, there's been someone who's killed someone, there's been someone who's raped someone, there's been someone with a slave, and, you know, everything else. So I hate that. It pisses me off every time I see.
We'll remember Persians and Carthaginians and Moors and all the other kind of like those people didn't even exist. You know, I get it's okay. I think it's good to be critical of your own people.
Mm-hmm.
It's good to be critical of your own culture. Like I didn't quite understand the argument that like you could not want your country to go to war. Doesn't necessarily mean you hate your country.
Yeah.
Or you might think some of the reasons, you know. Yeah. Also doesn't mean. I also don't quite understand the support the troops thing, because you kind of go, maybe I don't want my troops to die. Maybe that's my primary reason to be against a war, is I don't want soldiers dying. But I think that's the thing. You are very. You can criticize what you know, and you know your own culture, so it's easy to criticize it. And for the sake of not being, and I think people are very desperate to jump through hoops to not criticize other cultures on the grounds of it being insensitive.
Oh yeah, like incel and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, you can argue that, for example, 100% of what we, I don't know if you get them in America, but the cases called honor killings, where fathers and brothers have like murdered, in some cases like raped and murdered their kids. Because they shamed them. That happens exclusively in families, the kind of Indian subcontinent.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean that all people of that are to blame, but it does mean that it is particularly something of that culture.
Yeah.
Because that doesn't happen with the other cultural groups that exist in the country. So it doesn't mean, that's the thing. And then the people defend on that. We had a situation in the UK where a group of Muslims were raping kids. Over 1,000 children were raped, and the police and the local government, the local council government, were actively trying to suppress an investigation because they didn't want to be thought as racists.
Oh yeah, I remember hearing about that. Yeah.
And there were the cases where local Muslims were calling the police and going, these people are like, they're raping kids. Are they raping Asian kids? Well, they're raping white kids, and they're like, oh, well, we can't accuse Muslims of raping white children. That would be racist. And they go, but no, these people like they've got their own like. If you think that they're to like, you've got Muslims are reporting them for it. You can't go, oh, you must be what? They must be racist as well for going. That guy over there is a fucking paedophile. He's a paedophile rapist. They raided one place. There were drunk 11-year-olds that they were fucking, and they charged an 11-year-old for being a fucking like a nuisance and harassing, like for drunken disorderly or something. They charged like this child's being fucking trafficked and raped, and you're like, you're drunk whore. What's wrong with you? Like, she's a child. What is it matter with you people? And when it came out, of course, everybody was like, this is appalling. And of course, some people were then like, see, that's the problem you get when you allow people to come in your country. And you go, is it? Or is that what happens when you allow the fear of being called racist to be so important, to be more important than actual crimes?
Yeah.
Because I don't want to say that like people should do racist shit, but I don't think that people doing something or saying something about someone who belongs to another race should automatically go into the racist category. There's massive difference. Saying, you know, I mean, I saw like this whole like ridiculous documentary. There's obviously a lot of people radicalization of Islam and stuff, and there was a documentary of this woman, and she said she was like, "Where there is Muslims, there is radicalization." I was like, "Yeah, there is, but you're a fucking moron. Go away. Shut the fuck up. People, dumb fucks like you shouldn't be talking. People like you, people who actually like for example, the Muslims who want to help kids not be mind raped and turned into fucking suicide bombers should be talking. You can fuck off, because you're talking out of bigotry rather than out of concern for anyone else." I suppose the question is, does that really matter what their methods are? I suppose if they're morally right in their opinion, does it really matter if they're bigoted or not? I don't know.
Yeah, that's something I've been thinking about lately too, because I do have a lot of issues with people who, you know, come to the right conclusions as far as I can tell, but for the wrong reasons. It pisses me off. It's just like,
and you kind of go, I hate agreeing with. I don't want to agree with you.
Yes.
I hate that. I hate that when you've got an opinion, you look around at some of the people who you agree with and go, I fucking hate you. I just want to make it clear. I fucking hate you, you filth. You filth.
Like, goddamn, I had to fight next to you.
Yeah. Okay, but these. I suppose that's the thing. When it comes to like, to me, the reason I'm not bothered by the extreme right as much as I am as the extreme left is the extreme right I've already lost.
Yeah.
Like,
That's
just to be a like probably more so in like anyone who is like, you know, like if it was birthers with like the absolute mainstream with a majority, then maybe you'd have like reason to rally against it. But I think, you know, it's you know, if the amount of people were like throwing bacon at Sikhs thinking that they were Muslims,
Jesus.
were like, that's happened before. I've seen people attacking people in turbans who being Muslims. They've got a turban on. But like, if that was a majority, if that was acceptable, then it's worth to be fought against. Whereas otherwise, it's just a criminal matter. Whereas this kind of like what's happening currently is because it's being so. It's not only being it's being embraced and accepted and making changes to society in a way that's ruining people's lives. But it's not bringing anyone up. That's what pisses me off. It's not robbing from Peter to pay Paul. It's like cutting Peter's leg off to give Paul a biscuit or something. It's like, what are you doing? There's no like, you're not giving from one and taking from the other. You're just destroying everything for no good reason other than, well, I think it's right to not. I think it's the right on thing to do.
Yeah, I think something else to keep in mind, well, something else that these kinds of people should keep in mind is that, you know, a solitary like action that occurs is not a trend within society, or, you know, not a trend within a group of people. And I think that's one of the main issues where they attribute all of the problems of that one group with, you know, the one extreme person, or, you know, the one person doing the wrong thing, or, you know, everything like that. So in order to like suppress that kind of thing, they kind of bring down these entire groups of people who've done nothing wrong. Like, again, in this case, like, you know, cis white people, as they like to say, you know, because like, you know, a lot of white people have gone on spree killings or whatever, that's a symptom of whiteness, I guess, and we need to, knock down these white people and be racist against them and stuff like that. And yeah, we get these. I don't know. It's the same thing with the feminism and men. It's just like, men are responsible for all the atrocities in the world, but they're responsible for a lot of good things too. So I don't know. It's really worrying. And
Yeah, that's the common logic a lot of racist people use to, like, oh, this Mexican person killed my mother, therefore every Mexican person has to be this. Like, no, man, although being Mexican is not a race, it's Latino people, Hispanic, whatever applies. It's I don't know how it's really simple. I don't know how people can like completely miss that.
Yeah, and they do it in, I guess it's reverse racism or whatever, but they do it in reverse. It's just like, just because one black person, steals a car or something, that doesn't mean all black people are prone to that action. Same thing with white people. Just because one white person goes on a spree killing doesn't mean...
I find it funny when they're kind of going, 77% of the population have committed a large number of the crimes. Yeah, they'll do that. Being just... What? You gotta go. Yeah, I think you'll find that there's a lot of people dying from gun violence in America, and it's happening from people with different skin colors. But yeah, fine. What specifically a thing about them? These same people would be up in arms if you said, well, there's a particular problem with drive-by shootings and black people, because the majority of people who commit drive-by shootings are black, and you go, yeah, and the majority of people who do spree shootings in like college campuses and the like, wait, maybe just we should be demonizing murderers.
Yes.
Just a thought. Maybe the murderers are the problem, and and maybe we can look at the sociological reasons, and if we can't find one, then the person's a fucking loon.
Wow, I actually never thought about that.
Yeah, you judge people by their actions as opposed to
like,
what group they're part
novel of. Thing. It's an amazing novel thing that identity politics should have nothing to do with judging somebody.
Yes.
I find it so alien. My attitudes about like kind of like race and sexual orientation, all these things, they're all just informed from just a very kind of liberal viewpoint of you shouldn't judge someone based on the color or their sexuality or whatever their gender. That into me from a very young age, and I find it so strange to turn around to me and go, yeah, but that makes you the real racist. It's like no. See, listen, I can be sympathetic. I understand that, for example, among my black friends, I'm more likely to be pulled over or stopped and searched by the police than I am. I understand that. That doesn't mean I have to judge them based on the colour of their skin. I can understand their personal circumstances. That doesn't mean I have to judge them by the colour of their skin or treat them differently. However, I would go, oh, hang on, let me talk to this policeman, because there's less of a chance they'll give me shit. That's not the same as not the whole not seeing colour thing. They confuse that whole I don't really care about colour to being like, well, you're just not considerate to other people. No, I am. It just doesn't inform me whether I choose to like them or not, whether I choose to associate myself with them or not. That's what it means. It doesn't mean you're some kind of bigot who's like us. Well, if all the black people were shot and you wouldn't think there was a link. Fucking idiot. Of course you do. That's just stupid. That's just, you're making an argument that doesn't exist. Who are you even arguing with? I've had this with so many of these people, these SOW types, and you kind of go, who are you arguing with? Like, no one's making the argument that you're rallying against. I've not met a single person who's making the arguments that they're accusing. Yeah, well, you say this. No, I don't. No one's saying that. You fucking mental people.
Yeah, they tend to make the issues that they bring up far more dire than they actually are, like in reality, like the issues with sexism and racism. I mean, no one in their right mind anyway thinks that sexism is a good thing. If you guys were to tell me, oh yeah, I just came back from beating my wife, I'd just be like, what the fuck is wrong with you assholes? Like, that's frowned upon in society. You can't act like this is a rape culture. Like, we're just giving out medals to people who rape and beat their wives. It's just,
It's rare, like really isolated occasions like that like football team, I don't know who it was, that raped this girl. And
Oh yeah, yeah.
But that, like, yeah, maybe in that little town, but if you consider all of America, everybody was frowning upon it.
Yeah, yeah.
And people were like demanding the FBI. Obviously, it's fucked up because I mean, especially because I find it really funny how quick they are to trivialize things that have happened to other people.
Yeah.
I find it really strange that the same people who would like cackle about like some guy, say like male genital mutilations, for the sake of argument.
Mm-hmm.
A guy was caught cheating with battery acid on his cock and balls and then like stabbed him. That'd be on The View with people fucking cackling and going, "Woo, yeah, that's what you get." Whereas, and then if you say that's fucked up, you shouldn't say that. They're like, "Oh, come on, you can't be sexist against men." Like, why are you being a dick? Why are you so gleefully cruel? Like, have you been hurt so badly that you've got to lash out to people who've done nothing to you? Or even if, like, lash out against the individuals who've done something to you. Why are you like, yeah, I'm going to be a cruel piece of shit? Like, well, that's exactly the same situation as saying, you know, that's like, what really... Did any of you see this sad story about there was this porn star who was gang raped in her home?
Oh yeah, yeah.
By a bunch of black
Mercedes.
teenagers. It was really horrible. Mercedes Carrera, yeah, Mercedes' friend.
Yeah.
Really horrible situation in front of her kids and husband. She was gang raped by a bunch of black teenagers. Horrific. And her first reaction when she got back to work was she did an interracial film.
Mm-hmm.
Because she wanted to make, like, she wanted them to know, she wanted the world to know, that doesn't what I think about black people. That doesn't, and I also want them to know that they have no power of that doesn't hold power. You can't take something from me.
Yeah.
Fuck you. I was like that. I was like, what did I fucking applaud? I was like, no one wanted to promote this story or to talk about this woman or to say she's admirable. And she suffered a terrible thing, and because she wasn't a victim to it, she doesn't deserve the praise that she got for rising against something. And it seems to me that they're only interested if you cry and squeal at the most smallest thing. That gets you the attention. Yeah. If you're going, I'm being abused. If this woman's like, this happened to me, it's fucked up. Please help me pay my bills until I can get back to work because I need to have surgery and I have some psychological problems to deal with after my terrible sexual assault. And then afterwards going, I'm going to go suck a big black dick and get paid for it. Like, that woman should be like, that's fucking amazing. That's absolutely amazing. Yeah. Go you. Because that's like saying, oh, I had like an Asian boyfriend and he beat me, and then I dated. Then the next Asian guy who asked me out, I went out with him because I didn't want the prejudice of the race to be like that. That would be good. That would be positive, surely.
Yeah, I remember reading about that. I remember being really pissed off. I remember Mercedes Carrera was like super pissed off on Twitter, especially like she was, talking about how Anita Sarkeesian wouldn't even touch talking about this when she's supposed to be, such a huge advocate for women's rights and, all of that stuff. And it just shows the hypocrisy. You just have to be the right kind of woman. You have to be the right kind of person in order to get any sympathy with these people. And it's just disgusting. It was horrible.
Apparently, you happen to work in porn. That means you're a non-human to these people.
Yeah, it's just such a terrible.
But I mean,
situation.
even if she wasn't in porn, if she had acted the way she acted, because she wasn't. I believe it's the biggest factor was because she wasn't crying the victim.
Yeah.
If you look at like the response, people treat Zoe Quinn like she's the Madonna, like she's suffered, like she's Christ and died for our sins or something. Like she went on she got a massive thing happen. She got involved in a big media circus, and then went on holiday for a few months that she'd already had planned, and then was being paid $4,000 a month for doing nothing. And she's like the eternal victim and the biggest victim the world's ever known. You go, really? Because I'd say she made out like a fucking bandit.
Oh god, I detest her like with every ounce of my being.
Like, I've done some bad shit in relationships. I've made mistakes.
Yeah.
relationships in the past, and I've got things I'm ashamed of from my past. Sure as fuck wouldn't, like, if that happened. Say I was a public figure and something like that had come out. And I actually talked to her about it at the time personally. We had a discussion.
Really?
Yeah. And I told her that, look, just she was going, no such review exists, and I was like, oh come on, Nathan wrote about your work, and he wrote about you. Don't lie. Don't lie.
It was
just say, look, I was dating the guy. He gave me some press. It wasn't my responsibility. I'm stepping away from the internet for a couple of weeks. Problem would have been fucking solved, but she wanted to antagonize for the attention because it seems to be that's what she does. That was her intention. To antagonize for attention.
It wasn't even just the antagonizing; it was the censorship everywhere. That's what really got to me. I remember like seeing the initial video. I think Mundane Matt put out like the initial video, and then his video went down. And I was just like, holy shit, well, let me check, Reddit, see if anyone's saying anything about that mass freaking blocking of every comment.
Mass blocking on 4chan, for fuck's sake.
How does that happen?
4chan, with boards full of dead kids shit, but you can't talk about Zoe Quinn. I was like, is it that? And that's the whole point. That's what people fail to realise. They go, oh, it's all about slut-shaming. No. But it is about people were going, hang on a minute, what this should have been the story of the day, and people would have joked about it and send their photos of Five Guys, burger and fries, ha 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 ha. Like, that would have happened for a couple of days and it would have gone away. And that would have been that. That would have been the story of what never became... that would have been the story of the Quinspiracy.
Yeah.
That would have been that. It wouldn't have turned into this big thing if the media hadn't doubled down and done everything they could to protect her from the criticism and the mockery. And there were some threats and bullshit, and people who threatened her were dicks. I remember at the time when this first kicked off, after a week or so, Monday Matt and I were on a stream discussing it, and it was all, and people were posting the links on 4chan and on 8chan at the time, and like and all of a sudden, some dickhead phoned her up and was like trying to like insult her, and was referencing that we were talking about her.
Mm-hmm.
And she made a video. He was like, people were talking to her, and this guy was an incoherent fucking mumbling mess. He was just like, and she filmed it and she recorded the video, and she was like, yes, and he was like, you're a bad person, and the people think you're. She's like, oh, that's a shame, laughing with her friends, and then I made the moral decision to kind of go, do you know what, I'm going to say, whoever did that, dude, you're a fucking asshole. People don't do that. Don't fucking invoke my opinion on, literally my opinion was on conflict of interest with people like Ben Kucherish.
Yes.
Fighting about people he's fucking. I don't care about Zoe Quinn. I never had as a person. Like, she doesn't matter. She's irrelevant. What matters to me is that journalists are acting appropriately. They're giving people advice based on what to buy, based on what they think has merit, not who's their mate. That's all I cared about. And it was like, that's all I really was interested in to begin with. And then it's like, now I'm in a fucking culture war with a bunch of fucking dicks. I inherently like all my mates have got fucking weird coloured hair and piercings and shit. Why are you trying to ruin fucking alternative people for me, you fucking cunts? Like, if I used to see a group of people with pink hair, I'd fucking gravitate towards them. Now I'd have to go, I just have to check them. Just make sure they're not fucking mental cases.
Yeah.
Why are you ruining my fucking... Why are you ruining my people, you fuck?
Yeah, I used to say, shit, that chick looks good with that colored hair, and now I'm like, oh, I need to get away from that person. Well, not really, but
Dyed red hair and I think I might date her. Oh my god! Someone with vivid cherry red hair and a pierced lip. Oh, I'll date her. Oh, fuck, she's on Tumblr.
I know my little brother had a girlfriend with I didn't have hair actually, but she had some piercings and all that, and at the time I didn't know about SJWs, but like in retrospect, yeah, she was definitely one of those.
Used to be seed girls, and they
Yeah.
used to be fuckable.
Yeah.
girls. They've all dyed their fucking armpit hair pink.
It looked like the pink in the pig.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Just to just to go like briefly back to the Zoe Quinn thing. What really bothered me about that, beyond the censorship, was how bad the reporting was on it, and the horrible spin job that they put on it. This is about, they just want women out of gaming. They're attacking Zoe Quinn because of, her sex life or whatever, being with 5 guys, and there's never been any proof of any positive review coverage. But no one said positive reviews. We said positive coverage on
no one
media
reviewed
sites.
Depression Quest.
Yes.
Did Nathan Grayson or did he not write Twine Indie Darling? Highlighted her in articles
Yes.
while he was fucking her, and that's not appropriate.
Exactly. That
And
was
it's not
the
even that
issue.
big an issue, provided they'd have gone, yeah, we fucked up. Sorry about that. We'll try not to do that again. Again, would have gone away.
Yeah,
The problem would have gone away.
it
if
would
they'd
have been a
put their hands
non-issue.
up and gone. And now people are like, why is this all about this? It's all about this. It's like, well, it's not. That's where people get the argument wrong. It was about that. That's where the argument came from. Shifty fucking journalists gleefully and willfully and gleefully giving their mates coverage while other people, struggling artists, are desperate to try and get any kind of press coverage. It's their failure as an organisation. And then, of course, it became this... Now it's like, oh my god, now we've become the scourge of the social justice world.
Yes.
Now we're literally... Now Gamergate has become a term... And I don't even use the hashtag. Haven't for hardly ever used it. But I'm going to be branded as part of that hashtag for all eternity, so I might as well just identify with it. I'm fucked because I've got a couple of thousand of my at least a couple of thousand people who follow me are like part of Gamergate. And stuff, so fuck it. I couldn't even leave. I don't know people leave in it's a fucking hashtag.
Yeah.
Do you agree that these people are dicks or not? That makes you either pro or not. Sorry, that makes me kind of pro gaming because I think these things are bullshit. Doesn't mean I have to like or deal with any people in it, but it's like
Exactly.
it's gonna go. Well, I'm already branded. In Zoe Quinn's boyfriend's words, they want it branded on our skin for all time that we were part of this misogynistic harassment campaign.
That there's no
He's welcome
proof.
to come and brand me once. He can brand me just as soon as he's finished snapping that DVD.
Using one of
Funniest
those
video ever.
one of those irons with like you like sign your horse, so you just like put that steel rod into like a fire and then just stick it in like a horse. I just need that in my arm. It says Gamergate.
I'd love to just, just try. Just come and brand me, please. These people hate confrontation. They talk such shit when they're so terrified of confrontation.
Yeah,
It's like, oh, come on, no, seriously, come brand me. I welcome you to try. And that, like, don't harass me. No, sorry, you want to brand my flesh with a scarlet letter that will follow me for all eternity. Well, then fight me, fag. No, I won't do it. Like, do it, bitch. Fight me, bitch. Go on then. I may not be the toughest guy in the world, but I'll whoop your ass. Unbelievable. These people are so confrontational. This is why I love. Oh god, it's why I love hanging around with the event stage. It's so funny. When people give him shit, and he's literally like, "I'll knock you the fuck out."
Oh yeah.
They have no idea
he's
how
great.
to deal with him.
Yeah, I love that guy.
He's
so
just
good.
recently won he won a boxing competition. Recently, he's currently like defending his boxing belt, and nice guy, and he's very easy to be angry, and he goes 0 to 60 like not to piss really quick.
Yes.
And I love when someone gives him shit, and he's like, "Come on, then, no seriously, either come here and box me, or shut the fuck up. Like, come on, fight. You gotta fight me, or I challenge you to a video game." Like he's told some people to give him shit. He's like, I tell you what, I will challenge you to a game of King of Fighters 13, and if you beat me, I'll shut my YouTube channel. And they all go, no, come on. It's so funny. I love it because people have no idea how to deal with them. They're like, oh, you're so angry.
I remember when the event like went to the streets and like was looking for the guy who called him out, and he was nowhere to be found.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
I find it so funny because he's such a lovely guy. Because
He is.
like I know him and like we've had beers and stuff. He's a really lovely guy, and it's just so funny that he's like he's so confrontational to piss him off. I love it. It's so funny. He's such a nice dude. We sat and like drank and had like a really nice time and stuff. He's a really lovely fella. I just love the fact that people kind of like try the whole internet tough guy thing. I love that he's like, hey, no, seriously, get in the ring with me. Come on, go to the gym now. Get in the ring, and then you see who talks shit.
I'm actually really surprised nobody has even taken that offer.
Oh no, I'm not surprised, especially
so many times.
Yeah, especially since I mean these SJWs types are always kind of like these. I hate this term too, beta males, and you know they're also like for progress and everything. So going against a black guy is just a no for them. It's just especially
what I find so funny is how rarely they have any interest in like standing up for black people. These people, it's really funny. I like pointing it out. Like it's how often they're like, oh, women online were called. Was it said? Was it said? Oh yeah, you're liars and you suck on the internet.
Yes.
I was like, yeah, really? There's fucking KKK Twitter accounts, and you're complaining. And your and your biggest boogeyman is a joke fucking Twitter feed called Menonist. It's not even a real thing. That's like your boogeyman, and it's not even real. It's a fucking spoof.
It's funny because people actually get harassed just because they wear the Menor shirt.
Yeah, people are like, "You're a Menonist." Like it's not really. It was in the last. Nostalgia Critic did a video where he talked. It's like there's no fucking such thing as Menonists.
No, Jesus, I haven't watched one of his
They
videos
don't even
in a long
exist. I watched his. Oh my god, the way he characterized the argument of he made the argument about there's like fangirls of the film, and then there's the Menonists, and I was like, there are no Menonists, you dick. And I've never heard a single person say, don't watch Mad Max, it's got a female character in it. Oh, except for, who was it? Was it Roosh or some fucking, one of those twats? Roosh V or someone like that? One of those fucking manosphere knob jockeys.
I think I know who you're talking about.
Was it Roosh V? Was it Roosh V?
I don't remember.
Pickup artist guy or someone like that. I think it's on the website Return of Kings. There's a bunch of, I mean, literally, like, I don't want to, talk in generalities, but it is generally that kind of group who is like, "Why women won't date me, and I'm so eligible." It's like, people who hang around pickup artists inherently desperately trying to get laid. But yeah, this one guy, it might have been Rouge V or someone like that, who's like equally like he's just despised by feminists.
Yeah.
Who said, who just said that like, don't see that film, it's eroding manhood. And I was like, it was the only person who agreed with him, other than like his like close little clique of followers. And everyone else went, "What? That film's awesome." Why do I hate this film? You hate Fury Road. Oh, it's fucking cool. What are you talking about?
I just recently watched that actually.
Charlize Theron's awesome.
Yeah, she was really good in it. Honestly, like
she had a can opener for an arm. She was fucking great.
Like I honestly didn't see what was wrong with the film. Like I didn't really see it as a feminist film either. Or like I mean,
it wasn't a feminist film.
Yeah. Max does a lot of stuff in the film. It's not like he's doing nothing while the women are doing all the work or anything like that. It's just that there are strong female characters, and this is
the reason. Do you know why it was called a feminist film? Why this is again the media they're shit stir. They claimed it was a feminist movie because the writer, the writer and director, I can't remember his name has escaped me. He asked a noted feminist who has dealt with survivors of sex trafficking, and asked them to consult with the actresses who were playing the brides to help them understand what it would be like to be sex trafficked and to be essentially a sex slave, to help them play the part better. So he consulted a feminist who's worked with trafficked women to consult with the actors. The story. What do the news do? Bad news for Gamergate. Mad Max is a feminist film. Like, what have any of these things got to do with each other? Like, why are you making these weird arguments? And then, of course, then the response to that is the obviously a credulous moron going, ban the film, it's a feminist film. You're like, oh, Jesus, you fucking idiots. You've just been played by the media. And then as soon as one... they're like, they all hate Mad Max. I was like, really? Because I'm like, what? I've never heard anybody hate Mad Max.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't understand how you can just completely dismiss something because it might have a certain slant to it, I guess. I don't mind seeing movies where, it was made by feminists or whatever. As long as the movie is good and entertaining, I don't care. Like, it's not like the ideas that are presented in the movie are going to be absorbed into my brain and therefore change my, person or anything like that. I'm just going to take it on face value and say, that was a pretty good movie. It doesn't matter who wrote it or, what their views were or anything like that. As long as it's good, it's good. So...
I'm not going to never listen to old Static X because Tripp went to prison for fucking a 13-year-old. Like, you separate the art from the artist. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, a member of the band turned out to fuck a teenage girl. Wow, what a douche. I do know someone who actually named their child. Was going to name their child Tripp. That was quite. Yeah, and then he went to prison. Then he went to prison as a paedophile. That was quite.
Oh jeez.
But you regret that choice. But yeah, like what would you like? The only time I've ever felt that way was about the band The Lost Prophets actually, and thought, you know what, I'm gonna snap their fucking CDs. It made it obvious about that. But the lead singer was a really nasty like baby rapist. It was horrific. Yeah. Really, really Jesus. Fucked up shit. I was like, right, great, thanks for ruining a band I used to like. Thanks, you fucking prick. That's a situation where I physically, personally can't separate the art from the artist. That's it. That band is now ruined forever because that guy is a monster. He even said in court he did it for the lol. About for the lols, and it's like, dude, you fucked a baby on film, and they showed it in court, and he was just like flat out going, "Well, you can't see my dick going in." I'm like, you're a fucking crazy person. You're a fucking crazy person, and thanks for ruining the band. Me, you asshole.
But
other than that, I just like I try to separate the art from the artist unless it bleeds through to the point where I can't enjoy something.
Yeah, unless it's like almost a propaganda piece.
Movie Bob. Fucking the chat. Talk about Movie Bob. Jesus. Does anyone want to take on Movie Bob?
I don't know what to say.
I mean, the good thing about black metal is that all their messages are like exempt because I can't understand the shit they're talking.
Yeah, Movie Bob. He's just.
He's
don't.
So desperate. He should, in theory, be. He's the person who's like totally on the wrong side and doesn't know how to get out of it.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, yeah, censorship is a good thing. What? Only like a couple of months ago, you made this big stand saying that gamers like him, like it was you. Bullshit. You were a fucking kid at the time. He was like in his early teens at the time. What were you doing to fight Jack Thompson? Talking about how he fought censors and then they won, and then now he's like, censorship is good. If it helps people if it stops people's feelings getting hurt.
It pisses me off so much. Why do we care about how people feel about things? Like, I don't care.
Exactly. If you take offense, then fine. Don't like me. Then don't like me for it. Say, oh god, you fucking arsehole. I don't want anything to do with you.
Yes.
Okay. Bye.
It's just,
sorry. I've built much of my personality around about driving, about getting people to make their choice whether they'd like me or not by forcing them to. By presenting them with something that's extreme that they either find funny or offensive.
Yeah.
That's what I do. I've got plenty of t-shirts. Like that's why I've got stuff like "Your little princess is my little whore," girlfriend, that thing you like, nice. Or like because the people who are offended by me wearing those t-shirts. It's a nice way for me to help thin the herd and kind of like go, well, look, I'm quite clearly broadcasting. You don't like me. Go away. We don't have to the pretense of like pretending that you like me. I'm going to give you a t-shirt. If you find it offensive, then goodbye.
I don't know. I guess I just don't really understand offense in the first place because I'm not really offended by anything. Like there are things that I think are terrible and
Yeah.
stuff like that, but
I'm
I'm
offended
not.
by certain behaviors, like certain acts I find
Yeah,
offensive.
yeah.
But
Just
like opinions and like
yeah.
words, like there are some words I wouldn't say in certain situations, and there's certain things I like. You don't offend. When people try and like, no, you literally can't offend me
Mhm.
because I'm either going to laugh or I'm either going to laugh with you or act. You can't offend me. And then they go, and that's the thing that they'll try to argue. That's your white privilege because you have the privilege of ignoring stupidity. And you have the privilege of ignoring people abusing you. I'm like, what? Just because I can, because I'm not an emotional. I'm sorry that you were raised wrong. That sucks for you. Doug Stanhope did a good routine about it, saying about if different words like upset you, is like I'm sure your parents failed you. They must have looked at this little weak baby and just thought not weak enough. I'm going to teach you that these words, if you hear these sounds that someone can make with their mouth, you should cry and hide in a corner and eat ice cream.
Like just attach a buzzer that like sends a shock of electricity when he ever hears that word.
It does. You get conditioned to be like distressed by certain words.
Yeah, I think I remember. I think I remember an experiment done with like they showed squares on screen, and if a square popped up, they get shocked. And they did another experiment where they didn't get shocked, but even though they didn't get shocked, they felt like they got shocked whenever they saw that square. Kind of funny.
It's operant conditioning, I think. But yeah, I don't know. Just
I mean, I'm somebody that kind of gets offended, but a lot. But I don't feel like I need to censor everybody. Of course, I think that if you offend me to the point to madness, I think I should be able to hit you, but I don't think I should really be offended. Or I think hit is too much. Maybe probably call you an asshole or some shit like that. But
Yeah.
I don't feel like I don't feel the need to censor you. I mean, I get a lot of bad comments,
Yeah.
and I just leave it there. Sometimes I get comments and I just think they're hilarious, and I just leave them there for people to watch.
Yeah, the only time I have issues with comments is when I can't reply to them because they piss me off. It's just like,
Oh yeah,
you're
that's just impolite.
God damn it. Just let me respond to your stupidity, please. Just let me do it. I'm so ready for this, and then I click on it and I can't reply.
That's about
Just
the only
fuck
time
this.
I'll ever delete someone's comment.
Yeah, that's
That's
usually
about
when
the
I
only
do as
time.
well.
That's about the only time I'll ever delete someone's comments. Is when like, dude, no, sorry, you're being a dick because you're saying something and then you're refusing someone the right to reply. So for that, you don't get the right to speak because you're on my platform. And no, it's not a free speech issue. I let everyone speak unless you don't let someone else speak. And that's the case. I got the veto to shut you the fuck down.
Oh.
So I fucking hate that. No reply, especially when they say something really bitchy or snarky, and you're kind of like.
It's always the case. Every time I can't reply to it.
I've had
pisses me off.
some people who've like honestly said like something really positive, but I don't think they've realised quite how Twitter works. So they've left like they've asked a question, and it's like I can't reply to you, dipshit.
Yeah, I have a few tutorials on Don't Make Cry, and like people ask me questions and they don't have their comments and like replies enabled, and I'm just like I'm just gonna like your comment and I'm gonna go.
Arthur Chu needs a straitjacket from the chat.
Arthur Chu as well wrote that thing. Dear Mr. Obama, I think like because Arthur Chu, he does live in America, doesn't he?
I believe so.
I find really strange. Does he not understand the correct address should be Mr. President? Does he not know that? I thought he won Jeopardy. I thought he was meant to be a fucking genius. Mr. Obama. Have you ever heard someone refer to the president as dear Mr. Bush? That's not his title. He's currently your fucking president, you dick.
I mean, he didn't he win Jeopardy because he came up with some sort of like mnemonic strategy or something?
Yeah, he had some really scummy technique that everyone hated.
So I mean, it's not well, I can't say it's not intelligence. It is a form of intelligence, but I mean, memorizing something is the bait.
Well,
Like,
I
don't
would.
know.
Yeah. I think the problem is that he's so he uses it as this like I'm a genius. I don't think you're anywhere as smart as you think you are.
Yeah, yeah.
The
think
Dunning-Kruger effect, I think it is.
Oh yeah, he
Yeah.
is so desperate to be in. For him and Movable, they are both obsessed with being, aren't they? They so think they are. We are the Ubermensch. No, you're not. You are just. I get that. I agree. I hate the whole sort of phrase like beta male. They're just so pathetic.
Yeah,
People
yeah.
are so fucking pathetic. Why do you suck so much? Like, seriously. Oh.
Yeah, I don't like using derogatory like terms for people like that, but it's just I don't know what else to call you.
You're so fucking lame. Could you just not be so fucking lame, please?
I just find the term hilarious. I just use it jokingly.
Yeah, it is a funny
It's
term, but
hilarious.
yeah, for the most part, I like to separate the person from the argument that they're making. So I'm just like, I'm just gonna read what you said and just poke holes in everything that you said. I don't want to attack you as a person, but it gets to the point where I just can't see any way to not attack you because you see everything as an attack in the first place. So to hell with it. Fuck it. You're an asshole.
And it's kind
Beta.
of like a double-edged sword, because I mean, well, people like usually you debate not exactly against the person to change their opinion, but the people
Yeah.
who are watching you debate, and even you instigating some sort of aggression towards somebody can give like people negative ideas about you, and that's kind of hard.
Yeah, I understand that concept, I guess, but for the most part, I don't really see that. Like when I see somebody kind of, antagonizing someone else, if they're still making good points, I'm like, well, I mean, they have a point. I can't disagree with this.
Yeah,
So,
exactly. But unfortunately, there's a lot of people who go by that logic.
yeah. Again, it comes back to offense, I guess. Just like, they said something offensive, so therefore their argument's invalid. But yeah. But I think this will be a good point to end the stream because we've been going for like 4 hours. So
Tank as fuck.
yeah, my legs are just like I need to stand up because yeah. So I want to thank all you guys for showing up and talking with me about this because I thought it would be interesting, and I hope you found it interesting in some sort of way. Hope the chat did as well. And yeah, I don't know if you guys want to like have some closing thoughts or anything. But yeah, anything.
I can't think of anything clever. God
That's
damn
fine.
it.
It's fine.
Fuck bitches get laid. I don't know.
That works. But yeah, thanks for taking the time out to just talk with me about this stuff. And if you guys ever want to do this again, let me know. I mean, I'll ask you guys again sometime, I guess.
Yeah,
Because
sure.
I don't know, I thought this was fun. So yeah, again, thanks for showing up. Thanks for talking. Thanks for everyone watching. And I'll talk to you guys later.
See ya, mates.
See ya.
Peace.
All right, goodbye, stream chat. Thanks for watching.